Yo. Two guns up, everybody get down. If you heard that phrase, then you really know 40. Back then was the same old story, something on my hip like a walkie-talkie. But there's no communication when I'm in a nation, P-land, damn corky. Got a show in the crowd, there's 1,000. Told the promoters I'll be there shortly. Sweet one, trying to get my attention. Tell her it's cool, as I'm just pouting. Deep down there's a stretch, no doubt. I'm trying to smash bros like Captain Falcon. But the game is the game, I guess. Can't say that I stress for the feeble specimen. Cause I was in a tea house scheming. Runners, they had more dark than melanin. It's imperative. Enemies keep them close like relatives. I was down in the dumps and negative. Came right back, Hector Bellerin. Now I'm coming without taking a sedative. No competition, but still competitive. Plus, the Jezebel's predative. Want it raw like a pic unedited. Not credited. Even though I made vast improvements. Hopping the coupe, push start, I'm cruising. When they look at their past, they're fuming. I'm one step ahead like Arsene Lupin. Can't be a part of this movement. Barbies think we're the hardest humans. Still target my target booting, regardless of any other armies trooping.
Well, if you come to visit me in Toronto, I mean, you could always go see the St. Lawrence Market. What are you up to tonight? Because it's late in London now. And yeah, we could definitely like FaceTime or call or whatever you want to do.
Two guns up, everybody get down. If you heard that phrase, then you really know 40. Back then was the same old story, something on my hip like a walkie-talkie. But there's no communication when I'm in a nation, P-land, damn corky. Got a show in the crowd, there's 1,000. Told the promoters I'll be there shortly. Sweet one, trying to get my attention. Tell her it's cool, as I'm just pouting. Deep down there's a stretch, no doubt. I'm trying to smash bros like Captain Falcon. But the game is the game, I guess. Can't say that I stress for the feeble specimen. Cause I was in a tea house scheming. Runners, they had more dark than melanin.
Those dope boy Air Forces was nice, AM.
Hey, appreciate
No, it wasn't. Not that. Jessica said,
No,
you gonna lose. You gonna lose, Angry Man.
Hold on, Platinum.
Go back hustle.
Look.
Go back hustle. Fuck out of here.
All right, what's going on? Shout outs to everybody in the building. It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host. Right back at the helm of today's show. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Hardest working man on YouTube. I am DJ Kuda. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Shout outs to Just Being Jazzy in the building. Good to see you. Shout outs to the cynical one as always. Shout outs to the beautiful, lovely ladies in the building. Shout outs to Chris G in the building. Yo, Sirski. Shout outs to Paul Hightower. What's going on, man? Kicking off that freestyle, huh, man? I see you. Shout outs to Paul in the building. Shout outs to Guido Planet in the building. Let's go, man. We're going to talk about it. All right, we in the building. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to my brother from another mother. The man in the building. In the place to be. Gold P in the place to be. Let's go. Shout outs to the Gold Professor, the golden one in the building, man. Great to see you, bro. Let's get it. Gold P, man, I still got to go over your video, man. Shout outs to New in the building also. Hold up. I still got to go over your video, man. The FBA video that you did, man. You know, definitely. I have that in my Rolodex. A couple of stuff that I got to go over. I'm in the YouTube streets playing catch up. You dig? So it's great to see you guys, man. Please hit the like button on the way in, guys. Please support the show. Join the Foot Clan today. Definitely support the show. Get a belt. It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, man. We got a lot of stuff to talk about, man. You know, picking up where we left off too, Guido. You know, like I said, I mean, we killed old boy in less than 2 hours. So we took out the Ayatollah. They said we took out his son too, which is crazy. You know, it's crazy. You know, buddy almost made 37 years he was running shit, you know. Shit, I'm glad. I just turned 37, 2 months ago, just about, so I'm like, damn, that's a long fucking time, you dig? To be running some shit, but hey man, the orange one is cleaning house, he's cleaning house, you dig? So shout outs to everybody here. Make sure you get in early and support the show. Almost a half an hour into the madness. Hopefully you guys were rocking with the mix, But yeah, man, we got so much stuff to talk about. So, like I said, Iran, we're going to be over there for a minute. It's going to last longer than how, taking him out because, you still got people in the regime, still running amok out there. So, we got to, I guess, the soldiers out there, they got to help, Israel and, whoever's out there, joining in on the fight and stuff. So, there are going to be some casualties because unfortunately, that's what happens when when you attack people and you send soldiers over there. You go not necessarily to war, but there's going to be casualties. There's still people, that believe in the, in the regime, So that's literally what's going on. It's a whole, it's a whole regime change. And, America, it's not like we trying to take over Iran shit. We got the oil shit. oil. Who said anything about oil? Bitch, you cooking? We got the oil. You know, we just need to make sure our business that we have over there, just, maybe silks and stuff that we trade and stuff. Just need to make sure our faculties is in order over there and they paying our damn tariffs. And then we get the hell up out of there. So it is what it is, and it's going to be what it's going to be, man. Trump is having a legendary presidency, man. I mean, just all the shit that, that he's done in these fucking last couple years is just crazy, man. Yeah, go P. Who said anything about some oil? Bitch, you cooking? Man, just so much stuff to go over, man. Make sure you guys hit the like button, support the show. What's going on, Bobby? You said, you got any favorite war movies, Kuda? I missed out on that genre. That's a good question. I don't really have any favorite war movies, but there was a movie that I grew up watching as a kid. There's a movie, I'm not sure when it came out, but it had Christopher Walken in there. It had, I think, Robert De Niro. It was a movie that came out a minute ago, and it's a really long war movie called The Deer Hunter. And my dad was an extra in that movie in one of the most pivotal scenes, where Christopher Walken is in the hospital and there's like a guy in the hospital bed with no arms. You know what I'm saying? That was my father. And, it's funny because my mother was like, I don't know why you and your dad is the same way. Y'all go to, Thailand. I don't know if that movie was filmed in Thailand, though. I think it was filmed in Cambodia. I forgot where that movie was filmed, but I think it was the Vietnam War, and they filmed it on the Mekong. They filmed it on the Mekong, and it's funny because I'm right here on the Mekong, so they it was a pretty cool movie. I gotta watch it again though. Maybe that's the next movie we're gonna watch on movie night, y'all. Y'all let me know. You did. Hopefully the show, if the show gets supported and is good, we'll have a movie night. I'll definitely watch that movie with y'all. But the movie is like 2-3 hours, so it's not, it's kind of right up the alley, And shout outs to Link and everybody. I still got the movie links, here because there were some movies that we were supposed to watch, and I still got the tabs open here. I know one was about, I think, Saddam Hussein and Iraq and stuff. And another one was we watched She Hates Me. Shout outs to Auntie. He suggested that movie. That was a really good movie. He said Full Metal Jacket. That's a good one. Okay. You said, I don't know if I have a favorite, but I do like war movies. Yeah, there's some good ones. I know somebody gonna say, well, what's the one with Robert Downey Jr., Tropical Thunder or some shit? Hey, black people let him get away with that shit. He literally was in blackface. But yeah, I think millennials, though, we have a special place in our heart for like war movies and stuff. Gen X and millennials, because, we grew up watching MASH. You ever woke up as a kid in the middle of the night and MASH was on? It's like, all right, nigga, it's time to go to sleep. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie, one night I sat up and watched MASH. It wasn't that bad. It was pretty good. I used to watch, I was a late bloomer, but then I was ahead also. You know what I'm saying? It was weird, when I was a kid, because I used to love Kelsey Grammer. I used to watch Cheers. I loved Seinfeld. Grew up watching The Simpsons, King of the Hill. Futurama came a little bit later. You know, we just had the best. We just had the best childhood, bro. At least we had the childhood where you can say you actually sat down and watched TV. These kids ain't watching TV. They on Instagram and shit. Nigga, imagine being fucking 17 years old and you worried about Anton Daniels. Boy, I'd be mad as hell. Imagine being 15 and you worried about Kevin Samuels and shit. These kids want to go outside and go talk to bitches and shit. I'm glad I went outside for a little bit and was riding bikes, fixing bikes, chasing the ice cream man, fucking sitting down eating candy all day, man. These kids ain't kids no more, man. Playing video games and shit. Something sweet to throw away, y'all. Make sure y'all take full advantage of your youth, man. Today's the oldest and the youngest you've been at the same time. Do something dope, you know? Don't sell dope, do something dope, you dig? Shout outs to everybody in the building. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the show so far and been checking out the replays and stuff and yeah, doing our thing, man. It's Player Talk Radio, man. Please support the show on air, off air, wherever you are because you care. All right, it's Player Talk Radio. Let's get into it. Let's see what's going on with the you know, the war so far, and then we're gonna get into a little bit of Anton Daniels and Corey Holcomb. I know some people are here for that. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. What the hell is going on? What the hell? Oh, what's going on? Is emergency White House announcement? All right, let's see.
Participants that were controlling the hotel, but seized the hotel. And so that's one example of what summer heat means to everyday Americans that just want to live in peace. The second example is a large narcotics trafficking group that was selling fentanyl in the state of Washington. They were shipping fentanyl and using commercial aircraft, putting fentanyl pills and powder in suitcases, flying them from the southwest border, mostly Arizona, all the way to Washington. It had been going on for an extremely long time, and the entire organization was arrested. And I say those two examples because it's easy to look at the board and see 1,000 arrests. How much different is our communities now compared to the past 4 years? But there's actual life examples. Every one of these arrests means that our streets are safer, and that's because of the work of this administration of President Trump and Director Patel. So
now the funny part is that the government was the main ones pumping drugs into the U.S. Now there's a war on drugs. That's like saying there's a war on myself, but I don't get arrested.
This is just the beginning, or phase one, or a start, whatever you want to say, but it will continue on. So thank you, Mr. President, and thank you very much, Director Patel.
And Mr. President, just one last thank you from the men and women at the FBI.
You know how much times the government investigated themselves and found themselves not guilty?
We found a way to get these individuals paid during a government shutdown, our 1811 agents. So on behalf of the FBI, it's a great debt that we owe you, sir. They're now allowed to pay for their families, so thank you.
And the military. Good.
That's right.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Any questions, please? Brian, go ahead.
First of all, I know the feedback I'm getting from the American people, they want to say thank you. Law and order is not an option in this country, it's a mandate. So I know the American people, thank you for that. In terms of the guns that have been taken off the street, do you have a number of how many guns were taken away from someone that had a prior felony or a previous crime, that perhaps we can prosecute that? Because I know that wasn't the case under Joe Biden.
We don't take guns off the streets of people that are allowed to have guns. So every gun that we're taking off the street is because it belonged to somebody who is not allowed to have it. Could be a felon, could be somebody who hears illegally. There's all sorts of conditions. But if there's a gun taken off the streets by the FBI, it's because the person who has it is not allowed to. It's not somebody who's lawfully allowed to have it. So every single one of those guns were taken off of people that aren't allowed to have it.
Yeah, after a long day of hard work, long nights and early mornings, and investigating ourselves, we find ourselves not guilty.
And
national concealed carry apply to actual DC? Like if you had a driver's license in Texas and you had a permit, of course you could drive.
Well, as you know, they've been talking about that for a long time. It's an interesting question. A lot of people feel strongly both ways, but we are talking about that, Brian. Thank you.
Mr. President, on Venezuelan boats, I want to ask you, why not have the Coast Guard stop them, which it is empowered by law to do? You know, this way you can confirm who's on the boat and ensure that they're doing what they...
So I think they're going over what's going on in Mexico and stuff like that. You know, cartel leaders are getting targeted and all kinds of shit is going on with the cartel. So
because we've been doing that for 30 years and it has been totally ineffective. They have faster boats. Some of these boats are seriously, I mean, they're world-class speedboats.
Yeah, he was talking about how the boats are fast, and then when they knock them out of the water, you can see the drugs and the dope all in the water and shit.
But they're not faster than missiles. But we've been trying to do that for years, and so much of the drugs, 25-30% would come in through the seas. Right now we have, I would say, none coming in through the seas. In fact, I don't know about the fishing industry. If you want to go fishing, a lot of people aren't deciding to even go fishing. We've almost totally stopped it by sea. Now we'll stop it by land.
What's the next
But
step?
it never worked. It never worked when you did it in a very politically correct manner.
What's the next step in this war on cartels, and are you considering options, are you considering strikes on land?
Well, I don't want to tell you exactly, but we are certainly looking at land now because we've got the sea very well under control. We've had a couple of days where there isn't a boat to be found. And that, I view that as a good thing, not a bad thing. But we had tremendous amounts coming in by boats, by very expensive boats. You know, they have a lot of money, very fast, very expensive boats that were pretty big.
Yeah, he said this
the
before.
way you look at it is every boat that we knock out, we save 25,000 American lives. So every time you see a boat and you feel badly, you say, wow, that's rough. It is rough, but if you lose 3 people and save 25,000 people, these are people that are killing our population. Every boat is saving 25,000 lives, and you can see it. The boats get hit, and you see that fentanyl all over the ocean. It's like floating in bags. It's all over the place, and it's a tremendous. We're saving tremendous amounts of lives. Yeah,
Mr. President, on that issue, I know you've talked about, I have a question for you, and then I also have a question for Director Patel. I know you talked about having some distaste for Boston recently. Is this one of the cities that you might be looking into, and can you give us a hint about other cities that you might be?
You're saying for where? For where?
For Boston.
Yeah, well, Boston has a bad mayor who at least is a reasonable IQ person. You know, most of them are low IQ. But, and they're so bad. I mean, what's going on in Chicago is just, you'd think the guy would say, hey, look, we have a problem, Mr. President. Could you come in and straighten it out? We could have that done in a month if we had their cooperation. It's going to be done anyway, but we could have it done in a month. Yeah, Boston, she's got 4 areas that are, wrong. And, somebody said, would we think about taking the World Cup away from Boston if they don't straighten it out? And the answer is yes. We have the right to do that with FIFA. So if we think that LA is going to be bad,
I think I went over this before.
That applies a little bit to the Olympics too, but we'll talk about FIFA first. FIFA is very hot. If we think there's any reason that, whether it's Boston or anywhere else, that they're not doing their job, we're going to take those World Cup games and move them someplace else.
Okay, yeah, I think I've went over this before. This is how thorough we are. We're going over, news clips that we went over before. Yeah, we talked about this, And let me tell y'all something too. If y'all live in some of these cities, what's going on, Degenerate? Let me tell y'all something too. If y'all live in some of these cities, man, you know, if you live in some of these cities, you know, it's kind of like what War Master says. You know, like each, you know, like American city, each American like state is basically a country. You know, it is crazy because you know, as Americans, we do look at stuff united. You know, it's funny. We look at Africa the same way. You know, we were joking about it on the last couple of shows. Like niggas talk about Africa. Yeah, War Master said, you know, they talk about Africa like his grandma's house and shit like that, which is funny because it's true. You know what I'm saying? You know, we look at the states as united. You know, that's how we look at the states as united, and it's crazy to look at it like, hey, realistically, each state is technically a country. So when he's like, yo, I'm about to, we about to clean up such and such, or we about to do such and such with such and such, hey, they better be looking at it the same way, like how these leaders are on notice. You know what I'm saying? We done plucked Maduro. We done came in and got what you call it, the Ayatollah up out of there. Cuba's on a fucking Cuba's next. Cuba's by proxy. We don't know if they're gonna get their mind right, and then they can't really get anything from China or Russia in Cuba because we're controlling the Panama Canal and what used to be the Panama Canal and what used to be the Gulf of Mexico. That shit is the Gulf of America now. Like, this is legendary. We living in some crazy times, man. And can't nothing move in that damn sea without us knowing about it. And then they like, listen, bro, if Jamaica steps in, if anywhere else steps in, it's up. It's gonna be tariff city for them. And the tariffs and stuff is completely different. The structure and just how stuff is in the Caribbean is completely different from what the average American knows. And it's funny because the Caribbean has always been a staple in the United States just in general, but America knows the least about it. Even history wise, America, they know the least about it. For some reason, but then again, I get it. I mean, history wise, generations and different nationalities and ethnicities and groups of white people, they took unimaginable L's in the Caribbean. So they just like, what, if we can't have it, y'all can't neither. Trash it. And some of y'all see what's going on in the DR. Some of y'all see what's going on in Puerto Rico. Some of y'all see what's going on in Jamaica and now Cuba and all them other countries, Haiti and stuff like that. So a lot of that stuff is coming full circle. The Clintons, they done mashed up Haiti and stuff like that. And the fingers getting pointed everywhere. The British took a L in the Caribbeans. The French took a L in the Caribbeans. It's just a lot of stuff going on down there. It's a smorgasbord of just fuckery, real talk. But hey. I think the only thing we can do now, especially as Americans, is just be the best Americans that live. Black people, we have the capacity to be the best Americans that live. It's just that we want to insert ourselves into a lot of bullshit, Karens are out there getting tear gas thrown at them. Yes. Good. Let them get some tear gas thrown at them. Welcome to America. You know what I'm saying? Shit. 1 second. The hell is this? Hold on, y'all. 1 second. Shout out to my bro. I didn't know he was coming up. Hold on, y'all. Hold up. Hold on. Let me check out what he's up to. Yeah, he got endless clips, man. He doing good. Hold on, y'all. Please hit the like button. Please support the show on the way in. Give me 1 second. Oh shit, he's talking to, okay, I thought he was talking about Corey and Anton. Hold up. And shout outs to my brother. He was on the show not too long ago. Shout outs to the Urban Lounge podcast. 1 second. Shout outs to everybody coming into the building. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. Give me 1 second. Let's go over this real quick while I pull up this war shit. Let's go.
Share your thoughts.
Hold on.
Share your thoughts with me about this clip.
I just came home from the worst date of my life. So basically, we went bowling. We went bowling first. We had finger foods at bowling. I didn't eat the whole day. He said he didn't eat either. He was hungry. Mind you, when we were at bowling, he was not even trying to give up the card. Like, he was like, because you got to pay per person. He was looking at me to pay. He told me he wants to take me out on a date. Does that not mean he gonna pay for me? Like, am I bugging? Whatever, I'll take the L on that. But y'all, then he says he's hungry. Oh, like, let's go get something to eat. Whatever. After, I'm like, well, I got food at home. We just get something small. He talking about, okay, like, McDonald's. I'm like, all right, I could get, like, fries or something from McDonald's. He ordered mad stuff on the meal. Number 1, 2, 10. Bro, mad stuff on the menu, bro. He swipes that same card that he was not trying to give up. He swipes that card. It came up to like $34 or something like that. He swipes his card.
Shit, going to McDonald's nowadays is like going to Five Guys. You gonna get that same weak ass burger too. The quality didn't even go up. I'm like, damn, if you know, they didn't even have to, the quality didn't even have to go up. Quality didn't even have to go up. You still gonna buy it anyway. Them niggas told you human meat is in McDonald's and niggas still buying McDonald's. What's going on, Hola? All right, let's go.
And it declined. I said, oh, you could just take my fries off. Like, it's fine. You could just take my fries. Swipes it again. And it declined again when he took my fries off. So he's looking at me like, yo, like, oh, I paid for bowling, so you can't just trick on me. You can't. I'm like, what?
No bullshit. He did get away going to McDonald's, though. I mean, I guess the secret's out. I guess the secret's out, Chris G. You know, McDonald's. It's not McDonald's anymore. It's McDonald's. McDonald's is gourmet. When they got rid of that dollar menu, it was game over. No sliders, no nothing. They should have revamped the dollar menu, but shit, nigga. I think McDonald's was better when you paid less for it. Now it's like you paying a lot for it, and it's even more deadlier, But
y'all, I can't make this up. Am I bugging? Somebody tell me.
Share your thoughts with me about this clip.
I don't know. Shout out to my bro. I don't know what to think about that. He didn't want you to spend the money, I guess. I don't know. He didn't trust you with the card. All right, let's get into this real quick.
Who benefits if we bomb Iran? This is scary, okay?
Yeah.
Here's the latest. We have the largest force amassed in the Middle East since 2003. The deployment is unlike anything the U.S. has done since 2003 when it amassed the forces behind the invasion of Iraq. We've shifted more than 150 aircraft to bases in Europe and the Middle East. I don't know how you pronounce it, but there's an airbase we have in Jordan that's been a key destination for U.S. air assets streaming into the region. More than 60 warplanes were visible in satellite imagery taken Friday. More than a dozen F-35 fighter jets lined up on a tarmac. Roughly a third of all active U.S. ships are now in the region.
And then y'all got to know, I'm not even going to lie. I'm gonna give y'all some game, too, about war. We kind of frequently... I hate to say it, we kind of frequently need to be in conflict in somewhat battle and war. And I know most of y'all ain't gonna get it because most of y'all are not war-minded. Y'all don't think about war and stuff like that, but it's really common sense when you think about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, we kind of do need to be in conflicts, in not necessarily conflicts, but we do need to be quote-unquote war-hardened. In the United States. Because listen, we got the best military, right? And, a lot of times, with the oncoming generation, this is not good because to a certain degree, aside from the weapons and stuff that we're using, our soldiers, they will soften the fuck up. Because I was looking at a story not too long ago, and they were like, "Oh, we got planes crashing into each other and all kinds of stuff." And it's like, yeah, because it's the young cats out there now using this weaponry, and they kind of really don't. They kind of really don't know how to use the weaponry. They kind of really, you know what I'm saying? They can use it in practice. You know what I'm saying? They can use it in practice, but they can't use it, when it's time to use it. And to a certain degree, that makes your soldiers, it makes them ineffective because, you know what I'm saying? Because you got all these other countries and it's like, yeah, they might not have the weaponry. Yeah, they might not have the technology and stuff like that, but their soldiers are, they're war hardened. You know what I'm saying? And there is a such thing as, war IQ, just as much as there's a such thing as, fight IQ. People be looking at boxers and they're like, oh, these guys are like Mike Tyson. These guys are a little bit slow because they get hit in the head all the time. And it's like, no, boxers are pretty smart. I know last week you seen so many people counting out Mayweather and calling him dumb and stuff. No, that nigga ain't dumb. They see, oh, look at all the cars and the watches and stuff that he bought and blah, blah, blah. Now he's broke. It's like, nah. Sometimes when people are ripping you off and people are stealing from you, sometimes you got to let the bag build. You know what I'm saying? That's like an extra little savings account and stuff like that, Floyd Mayweather is owed tens of millions. You know what I'm saying? From Al Heyman and all these other people that y'all don't know about and stuff like that. Floyd Mayweather is far from stupid. You know what I'm saying? And then it's a lot of people that don't know shit about boxing. That's a double-ended joke. If Floyd Mayweather's, training thing with a dude like, y'all don't know shit about boxing. Anyway, you dig, the model of, boxing is to move your head before somebody moves it for you. You know what I'm saying? And Floyd Mayweather, you know, I hate to say it, but they like to see our civil rights leaders, and they like to see our champions like Muhammad Ali. You know, Muhammad Ali didn't get a chance to make it out, you know, before Parkinson's and all of that stuff kicked in and stuff like that. So it pained me to see Muhammad Ali like that. But, you know, I mean, he doesn't have to feel any pain no more, you know. And, you know, Floyd Mayweather, he got his faculties, you know, together. Now, a lot of people, you know, talk shit, but I mean, at the end of the day, he's still in shape. He's still good. And he can still return back to the sport of boxing. Speaking of boxing, they were saying that he might do an exhibition match with Mike Tyson. I don't know. They were saying it was going to be in some weird place. I don't fucking know. I don't think that's going to happen. But if it does, come on, man. You know, even this generation of Gen Zs, they're like Mike Tyson. Like they're not even familiar with Mike Tyson. The last time they seen a good Mike Tyson was in Fight Night Champions and shit, you know? So it's like, come on, dog. Like, just don't do it, you know? It hate me to see, what was his name? Roy Jones. You know, it just, you don't want, you know, and even UFC is fucking up, you know, Anderson Silva getting knocked out by YouTubers. It's like, damn, you know, just don't do it, you know? Thank you, Hola. Yes, y'all hit the like button and subscribe. An hour into the mix. Please show your love and support for the show and the channel, and for me via Cash App, via PayPal. Please support the show, just as the show supports you. It's Player Talk Radio. We are in the building. So yeah, you know, getting into the game, you know, it's like, you know, you need your military to somewhat be active because they start to lose the Midas touch. You know what I'm saying? They start to lose the Midas touch. So, you know, I don't know what's going on with the planes flying into each other and the friendly fire and the casualties that we have going on, but it's like, you know, our soldiers need to be active. You know, I mean, that's just a part of war. You know, you got to use your guns when you have guns. Or guess what? When you need to use them, they jam on you. You know, and technically we do have the greatest military on the planet. Keep it that way.
Warships in the area also equipped with hundreds of Tomahawk missiles, aircraft carriers accompanied by guided missile destroyers, and various aircraft and helicopters. The USS Abraham Lincoln, USS Gerald R. Ford. The Lincoln has not publicly broadcast its location for more than a week, but it's believed to be operating somewhere near Oman. Gerald R. Ford spotted off the Greek island of Crete on Monday. And I could go on. Somewhere Lindsey Graham just got a chill down his spine, and that special little feeling just at the list of that military buildup. Tucker, you're having a different feeling. So,
man, a lot of these especially around wartime and stuff like that, a lot of these female TV show personalities and stuff like that, they done lost their mind. Speaking out a turn on war, and then you know, taking little jabs at they, you know, using this as a bus to take little jabs at some of the people that they beefing with. It's like, girl, just report the fucking news, man.
I don't get it. I got to be honest. I don't get it. Because we were just told by the president in July, I covered it at length, you didn't want him to go into Iran with those bombs in July. We did. I was fine with it. That I was like, whatever. Okay, fine. Let's take out the military facility or the nuclear facility. And then when they said they destroyed it, I didn't know. I saw the conflicting reporting on whether we did or we didn't, but the president certainly said we did. And now here we are 6 months later saying we have to go back in to stop the nuclear program. The one that we just allegedly bombed and destroyed a few months ago.
Right.
I watched a debate on Piers Morgan today with 2 pro-Israel folks and 2 anti. And the pro-Israel woman was saying, yeah, Israel benefits. This is definitely good for Israel. Of course we want this.
Right.
I accept that. I've heard you say on your show, great, no problem. Yeah. But what do we get out of it? Like, that's fine for them to want it and advocate. What do we get out of it? Why is President Trump considering this?
And the funny part, especially with this administration, It's funny how these people that we thought once had power talk on stuff as if they had the power to stop something. It's like, nigga, she's like, well, they attacked the facility. And I was like, oh, okay. I'm okay with it. Nigga, you got no choice to be okay with it. You got no choice but to be okay with it. You wasn't going to stop it. Like, what the fuck? I'm okay with it. You have no choice. There's this Russian dude. I went to go get some soup last night because I felt a little bit under the weather, and I've been working really hard on the channel, bringing y'all fire content. And I felt my voice getting ashy. Can't have that. But it's like, I saw this dude. I don't know if he was Russian or whatever the hell he was. He was like, man, fuck Trump. If Trump was here right now, I will hit him in the face. I'm like, nigga. Respectfully, no, you wouldn't. No, the fuck you wouldn't. These niggas would be on Trump's nuts, trying to shake his hands, asking him about money and shit. You know, Trump is rich people's Jay-Z. Do you take the 50 grand or the 500,000 or ask him your dumbass question over a steak? You know? All these people, man, if Donald Trump did this and Donald Trump, you ain't gonna do shit. Ain't gonna do shit. Like, there's levels over that tough guy shit. Like, they stop it, you know?
I don't think the president wants to do it. I think he's been really clear about that. I spoke to him the other day. He didn't say anything to me that he doesn't say in public all the time. Trump is amazingly transparent in that way. I've spoken to him a lot. I speak to him regularly a lot. And he never says anything that he wouldn't say in the middle of a speech. You know, there's no there's no secret agenda that I've ever detected. And he said, I don't want to do this. I want a diplomatic solution. I don't want to go to war. I ran against going to war. I don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. That's what he says in public and in private, on the phone and in person and on stage. And so I believe it. Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. It doesn't have the means to get a nuclear.
The thing is that people don't care what the hell you say. They're going to put words in your mouth either way and argue with what you never said. They don't give a damn about if he says something good or bad. Joe Biden didn't say nothing for 4 years and shit. And when he did, he was squinting. And it looked like it hurt. He looked like he was forever in pain. And confused. Now you got somebody in their right mind stepping on shit. Oh my God, he's a lunatic.
Nuclear weapon, if it had a nuclear weapon to the United States, Mark Levin said 3 days ago in his podcast, they've got nuclear tipped ICBMs. That's a lie. He should be removed from his job for saying that because it's untrue, and he knows it's untrue. This is not about protecting the United States.
Among many other reasons.
Well, that's right, but this is incredibly high stakes. I mean, I could go on for an hour about what could go wrong in this war if it takes place. I think it's likely to take place, but it's not assured. The president decides, and he has not made that decision, but all things being equal, it will happen. And you could see massive disruption to the U.S. economy. You could see a lot of Americans die. There are tens of thousands in the region, both military and non-military. And you could see some of our closest allies in the world, the Gulf states, who supply the energy for civilization around the world, you could see them disabled by this. And then
now a lot of people are like, well, Trump did the wrong thing. Oh my God, how can he lead us into war? And blah, blah, blah. You know, oh, we're gonna perish, and oh, you know, they start doing that, you know, they start windmilling and start doing that shit in the space. And what I'm gonna say is this, y'all. Real talk. They were already attacking us They were already targeting, Americans overseas. And there's people over there that's on the ground that they're not, that you guys don't know about, that they're not telling you. That's like, bro, we're over here getting attacked. Y'all not gonna send in anything. Y'all not gonna do nothing. Y'all not gonna help us. Like, we're Americans. Like, what? They're over there launching missiles and attacking and stuff like that, and just, doing all kinds of debauchery. So they had it coming. They had it coming. Respectfully. So, we took out the Ayatollah. And it's not like they wasn't warned. I don't know why people, I don't know why people are like, oh my God, we shouldn't have did that. This is the worst. Even people, listen, let me tell y'all something, man. Sometimes you got to do something at the expense of not being liked. Because if you go look on the internet right now, you'll see conservatives, you'll see Myron, you'll see a lot of people that's saying, oh, Trump effed up, this is bad, and blah, blah, blah. I don't stand beside him doing this, and whatnot. All the Trumpers. You know what I'm saying? And to a certain degree, if you guys ever did anything or accomplished anything, I hate to say it, but that means that he might be doing the right thing. And the thing is that, a lot of people, you said, I hope the right side wins, Chris G. No, but this is the thing though. A lot of people, they don't know what's going on in the outside of the world, in the outside world. They don't know what's going on in behind the scenes in the government and stuff like that. And like I said, the government does a great job lying to the American people because that's what they want. You can't tell Americans the truth. We're not, for the most part. If you're an American and you want to go look for it, yeah, it's out there. You can go find it. But it's not really set up to tell the American people the truth because, the American people panic. American people panic like a motherfucker, and the reason why is because we're more of a consumer. We buy stuff. So they put information out there for you to panic, and then go fill your fridge up. Go to the grocery store and go spend some money. You know what I'm saying? We panic spend. And the economy is based off of us panic spending in a lot of cases too. So this is why the news is very important. Because, it's very important for the average American to panic spend. Ideally, when you want somebody to buy some shit, you want an emotional spender. This is how a lot of women got duped into feminism, into the she-economy, stimulating the she-economy. Dropping some major gems, Please support the show. Giving y'all some really good game. So, yeah, we need panic spenders. So if you give the American people the game, man, they're gonna destroy themselves in panic if they knew what was going on. So this is why you got to keep conspiracies going. This is why you got to keep the Epstein files and all this other nonsense going. And Americans love gossip too. We'll go from talking about war to Michael B. Jordan, like it's nothing. So telling people the truth is like disturbing their peace. And I'm with the American people. Yeah, shit, lie to a nigga. Most people can't grasp most people ain't gonna be able to grasp the truth anyway. Respectfully. But let's get back into it. Let's go.
You could see massive refugee crises around the world because the plan is to take out the leadership of Iran, but there's no plan after that. So it would be an open wound, 92 million people on a huge landmass, and that would continue the invasion of Europe by immigrants. A lot of them would wind up in the Gulf states, directly across the Persian Gulf, and a lot of them would wind up here in the United States. So there's kind of no upside, but here's the way to think about it. We're looking at it through...
What's going on, party? Man, you already know. They do become, diplomacy experts overnight, And like I said, Trump, he bought showbiz he bought television to politics. Midday television to politics, So everybody and their mama got an opinion. But one thing like guys like Trump that I noticed, and I noticed this a long time ago, because I've ended up in a couple of rooms with Donald Trump before when I was younger. He's the type of guy that it's like, okay, listen, I'm gonna just go with my instincts and what I know. You know what I'm saying? Like, he might not be the smartest dude in the room, but if he's in the room, you definitely want to have him in the room on your behalf. You know what I'm saying? Because he know how to negotiate stuff. He gonna get stuff done. It might not go the way people think it's gonna go, but hey, he gonna get it done. He's like one of those people that's like, if you my people and I'm looking out for myself, it's gonna benefit you in the end, whether you see it or not. And I get it. You know what I'm saying? But people that's not in that seat, they're never gonna know how people move. You see it all the time. People be trying to tell content creators how to move, and it's like, bro, that's awesome. Like, do you create content? No, but I just okay. Do you know how to use a camera? Do you know what a perspective is? Do you have a microphone? Do you have a logo? Do you have graphics? Do you have a personality? Do you know how to run a show? Can you speak north of an hour? Do you understand, or have you pre-planned? Like, have you put a show together? Do you know how to adapt on the fly? Do you say profound things? Are people checking for your opinion on things? Oh, okay. These are just random questions. So just imagine the stuff in the intel and things that you get privy to or have to know, being in that position, and just the people that you got to deal with. You know what I'm saying? And anybody can say, what they want to say on the outside looking in. Oh, he should have did this. Yeah, but you don't know about this, so he didn't. And even when Biden got into office, there's a lot of things that Trump did and how things were set up, that he had to agree with. You know what I'm saying? Even though he sold the American people a bunch of lies, he had to agree with it because guess what? Stay of power. So it is what it is, Yeah, Obama. Rest in peace, RBR. Listen, man, I was tuned in not too long ago. Shout outs to Soul Provider. I'm gonna be on Soul Provider's show on hopefully I'm still, where I'm at right now, but I'm gonna be on Soul Provider's show I guess he has me set up for March the 9th. You know what I'm saying? March the 9th. It'll be 6 p.m. here. I think it'll be early in the morning where he is, or I don't know. I don't think he's going live at 6 a.m. It might be 6 p.m. his time. So damn, that'll be like 6 a.m. here. I gotta tap in with him. But I was listening to his show, and I'm like, damn, why my name keep getting mentioned and stuff like that. And then they were kind of going over the video with FD Signifier and all this other stuff, and a lot of stuff was taken out of context, but whatever. And I'm like, damn. Every 5 minutes they were like, oh man, Kuda this and Kuda that, and the third shift and the third shift and the third shift and the third shift. And I'm like, damn, for the people that don't give me my damn homage or credit for shit, my work sure comes up a lot in these spaces. I saw Gabe getting into it with Fantastic. That was funny. Just a lot of stuff. We're going to talk about it. Make sure y'all check out Soul Provider's last show, though. It was pretty interesting, And I will be over there, And allegedly people got smoke for me. What type of smoke y'all going to have for me? I'll be on my channel, minding my business, chilling. So, we'll see. All right. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Hit the like button, please. But like I said, you just gotta, we along for the ride. We gotta see what happens. Ain't shit gonna change because Tucker Carlson said something. Ain't shit gonna change because this woman, whoever the hell she is, or some other goofy broads from the Young Turks said something. And a lot of people are like, well, well, he's fucking up the country. Well, listen, man, man shit is still in progress. You dig? Man shit is still in progress. Sometimes you got to be the one that people don't like. You just heard him saying it with the boats. He's like, we tried to do it, the politically correct way, and it doesn't work. So he's like, all right, well, I'm gonna have to bite the bullet and be the bad guy. Yeah. It was the year when I first got to Thailand. I touched on some FD Signifier stuff because he's like Tommy Sotomayor. He goes around from channel to channel, and he lied. He was talking about I did a 12-hour live stream about him. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody do a 12-hour live stream about him. So he blurred me out so he can get away with that lie. I would have went viral if he didn't blur me out. But even the ops don't want to give me my damn credit. He blurred me out, and I was roasting him, from the chat. I think he got a wrench in my chat, FD Signifier. And, I was flaming him up, and, shout outs to Antisocial Socialite Podcast. Shout outs to her, man. Shout outs to my sister, I hope she's doing well. But yeah, she was there. Shout outs to Toya. Toya was there, and I was chilling. I was in Thailand. I went in the pool. I was chilling poolside. We had some food. I took y'all to the market with me and stuff like that. It was like a IRL live stream. And then I went back to my balcony and continued the live stream. You know what I'm saying? People be like, yo, Kuda, man, you in Thailand, you in paradise. Why are you doing some long live streams? Nigga, because I can. You know what I'm saying? Because you guess what? Of course I got, friends and stuff and but you get the, another reason for me to come out here and chill and see life and stuff like that before I meet my maker is because guess what? I don't know everybody out here to be out here, you know, and I'm still an introvert. I don't know everybody out here to be in everybody's face and you know, be hanging out and stuff. It's not like the USA, you know, where, you know, hey, you know, my friend's calling me up or I'm out doing something or going, you know, just, you know, it's a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? So I can be on live streams for a certain amount of time and build up my channel, or, you know, kick it and chill and stuff like that. I can be on live streams for a long amount of time, you know, if I want to. And I don't have to answer to people, you know, I don't have to answer to nobody, you know. So it is what it is, you know. I can dedicate that type of time to certain things, you know. So and that's what happens when you travel and you focused on you know, I'm minding my damn business. You know? So this is why, you know, I ask you guys to please, you know, support the show. You know, I am a busy person, you know, but I do, you know, give you guys a significant amount of my time every day, just about, you know, daily. And make sure I'm here to crack jokes, laugh, deliver news, give y'all some good game and information and stuff like that. I'm very thorough. Look at all the people that done left and gone. You know, respectfully, I should have one of the most supported shows in the space. You know, but the thing is, you know, and shout outs to the supporters that keep the show going. Big shout outs to you guys. You know, I'm definitely gonna do something. I'm definitely gonna do something special, you know, for you guys. You know, definitely when I have the means, definitely gonna do something very special for you guys. But this is the thing, man. You know, and I saw this. Let me actually hold on real quick before we get back into this. Let me play this goofy ass shit that I saw for y'all. Let me show y'all who FD Signifier is talking to. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Let me show y'all the goofy people that FD Signalier is talking to. Hold on. Because he's the biggest grifter on the planet. Give me 1 second. I saw this right before I went live. Hold up. Don't tell me this shit was on the other channel. Hold on. Okay, here we are. It should come up here. All right, hold up. Let me show y'all who this nigga is talking to. And it's funny because he was calling Kevin Samuels gay on his last live stream. And he had this, and I was thinking about going over it. Let me know. Y'all support the show if y'all want me to go over it. He was talking about Tyler Perry and gay people in the church and shit. Look at this. Is this a nigga or a woman?
Everybody, it's Christina. I recently completed the 4+ hour FD Signifier video essay on Tyler Perry, dubbed the Tyler Perry video. I have 5 points. Let's get straight to them with a bonus. Number 1, I find it very interesting that the black church is willing to accept trans figures, but not accept LGBTQIA across the board. Number 2, my lens and opinion has completely shifted on the black elite and the black bourgeois, along with the ethical billionaire or lack thereof. Number 3, this video was taken down a few times, and it is definitely a red flag to me that is how important this video is across the board for pop culture, but not only that, but for black Americans. Number 4, I think this solidifies FD Signifier as the go-to person for black pop culture and pop culture just in general for the millennial and Gen X. Number 5, this video is fair, thorough, and ethical. And as a bonus, the moral of the story is just get healed. Go do your work like Iyanla say. Go get healed. What's going on, everybody? It's Christina.
Look at this goofy broad. What's going on? Signifier. Get off his nuts. What's going on, LT man? Shout outs to LT man in the building. Get off his nuts. He got a wife already. Yeah, you said it's abroad. Okay. Hopefully. Shit. And I wish they would stop telling this fucking lie about the fucking black church. First of all, the church has always accepted LGBT people. It's just that y'all want to overtly and openly, you know, have them openly, like, overtly serve y'all. LGBT people always could find themselves in the church. And see, this is the part that they're not telling y'all. And this is why y'all need to support young black men giving y'all this game and young black men giving y'all the voice. Being a huge voice for y'all, because a lot of times I will pull out some game that niggas didn't even think about. And I can do it at will. I can pull out this game shooting from the hip. Ready? Are y'all ready for my response to this? Y'all ready for my response for this? 1, 2, 3, go. Did it ever cross your mind for this boy and whoever else that thinks like this, that the heterosexual male needed to actually be kept out of the church? Did y'all know that? The heterosexual male needed to be kept out of church. This is why the pastor gets so much pussy. If he's not gay, of course. If he's not gay, of course. So let me tell y'all something. First of all, quote unquote, because niggas like to talk about slavery like it's McDonald's too, like it's a place. In slavery, the woman got off on keeping the children away from the father when it comes to child support. The male, you know, men can't even run to the church to get proper child support or to regulate things in his family. Imagine, you know, don't you think that the church should be able to help a man regulate things in his family? This is why these channels need to be supported, because men don't understand, especially black men don't understand how alone they are. First of all, they had to chase out the image of heterosexual men in church. The church is a matriarch. The church is ran by women, especially black churches. You even have a lot of black female preachers. I know a couple of them personally. But it was really to slight the heterosexual man. That's one of the pillars in the church, in the modern church nowadays, is to slight the heterosexual man, to keep the heterosexual man out of the church. Gay people are in the church. They've always been in the church. Even a lot of the guys that go to church, even women say, yeah, he's a little bit fruity. Even women pick up on the sassy, kind of fruity vibes on some of the guys that be in the church. Because common sense would tell you, hey, you can find another God-fearing person in church. That should be the first place you can find somebody. But no, that's not it. So the church has a lot of misandrous propaganda going around in the church. That's one of the pillars and the footholds of the church, to push misandry. And the irony of it is that they're trying to tell you how holy and and godly like Jesus, God, and the Spirit is. You know, that's their Trinity. You know what I'm saying? Whereas in like Egypt and stuff like that, and in other places and other cultures, the Trinity is actually the man, the woman, and the child, the family unit. That's the original Trinity. You know what I'm saying? But if you had to, pay homage to the original Trinity, then guess what? The man would be at the top, the woman will be second in line, and the children will be under the children and animals will be under the women and man under that umbrella, and the man would be under God. You know what I'm saying? There would be some type of pecking order. And then you had so much women running to the church and stuff like that and funding the church that it was just they had to drive the man out of church. The males had to get driven out of church. And plus, the only real male figure that they really want you to believe in, other than the pastor, is God and Jesus. That's the image. And then you don't even know if you praising Jesus or Yeshua because of the image. So a lot of nasty, disgusting things, goes on in black churches for the most part, and just in churches in general. Because in America, this is a worldwide thing. You have white people going through hell right now with the LGBT, because certain people that wants to get married, they want them to put they want them to design the wedding cake and put 2 men on there or 2 women on there. Some churches, they already put the flags and stuff out there. And what makes it even worse is that a lot of these people, they personalize their church. So it's not like you can say, hey, listen, our church doesn't do that, but you can go to the gay church down the street.
You damn nigga!
And it's like, okay, listen, they want their church in particular to bend the knee. And in reality, gay people has always been welcomed in the church. See, a lot of people forget that the church is for healing. They're like, well, listen, God bless your soul. You can stand over there with the choir, you can sing, or, if you have any type of talent, yeah, Gay people has always been a part of the church. Who they need to welcome back to the damn church is heterosexual men. Because that's how they've been tripping. They've been tripping. They need to welcome back heterosexual men to the church. But see, the reason why they won't welcome back heterosexual men to the church like that is because heterosexual men don't fund the church. Usually it's the women that fund the church. And heterosexual men, it will contradict a lot of their message and stuff like that, and it will stop them from pandering to women. The first panderers to women was the church. The first big female pander bears and pandering to women was the church. Because women have disposable income. They have dispensable income. It's harder to get money out of men and easier to get money out of women. It's just the way it goes. Catch up on these comments. Please support the show. Hit the like button. You said, Degenerate said FD is an intelligent guy, but he's also a pretentious goofball. He's a goofy also. He's an intellectual dumbass. That's what we used to call him. He's an intellectual dumbass, And there is a such thing as knowing so much you know nothing. Party says he's just positioning himself to get some left, some of the left search for Joe Rogan bags. The left search for Joe Rogan bag. Yeah, that's true. They even said Joe Rogan is in the Epstein files. That's funny as hell. You know. That's funny as hell. Yeah, but the church, you know, also too, the church had to leave a lot of heterosexual men out of it because, you know, heterosexual men, they challenge, you know, beliefs and thought and stuff like that. So when you need people to follow you like sheep, yeah, you got to get the man. You got to get the man up out of there. You know what I'm saying? So the churches, they made sure they got rid of the male. You know, they got rid of the men. You know, number one, you get the men out of church. You understand what I'm saying? It's in their best interest to get the men out of church. For the most part. All right. Party says, besides the fact that he wants to corral men, black men especially, for the midterms. For sure. But his content, I don't know, man. His content is barf worthy, man. You know. I can't listen to that shit. I can't listen to this goofy nigga, you know, lying and shit, you know, all fucking day about some L Gibbet shit, you know. And you know, they were talking about Lucky. I didn't know the girl, the Lucky girl that's now getting targeted by people at Lapeef and shit like that because she fell out with that jazz girl. Soul Provider was like, Lucky be pegging niggas, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure she probably do, little freaky ass. But FD Signifier be getting pegged by his wife, man. You know? And listen, like I said, you know, I mean, what people do in their marriage, hey, that's what people do in their marriage. But I don't know, man. I don't know. And sometimes these guys, they gotta stay to be gay. You know how you can be gay for pay? Some of these guys, they gotta stay to be gay. You know what I'm saying? And you know, these guys are sonar for L Gibbet channels and stuff like that. So, and it's funny because I saw a clip of Boosie. You know, because people was talking about, and I think at some point some of these clips are starting to resurface because 50 Cent going at it with T.I. If y'all been under a rock. And they were bringing up how when he was on 106 in Park, and he was saying, or he had like this whole campaign like, yo, it was him versus Kanye. And it was, I think, I don't know if it was Before I Self-Destruct. I think it was Before I Self-Destruct or whatever. It was that album versus Kanye West's Graduation album. And I ain't gonna lie, Graduation is one of Kanye's best album. I think if not his best album. But low key, I think his best album was like Late Registration. But anyway, there's a clip of Boosie saying that, Kanye, should have came out as, because, y'all recently remember Kanye had a couple of breakdowns, and he was talking about some, G-Hay stuff, him and his cousin used to do because he found, like, I guess his dad's corn collection or some magazines and stuff like that. So he admitted it. And he was like, everybody was calling him soft. And G-Hay in the industry and stuff like that, or didn't really take him seriously. Because he had like a schooler kind of look, and we used to wear the backpacks and the colors and stuff like that. Whatever. Boosie was like, he should have came out gay then. He should have came out gay then. Let me see if I can find it actually. Add context to what I'm talking about. Give me 1 second, y'all. Please support the show. I am behind on the comments, but I got you guys. Hold on. Here it is.
What I heard.
What happened?
Hold up.
I heard some they had tried to crowd. I mean, they had got on pimp ass about some shit. I heard that before.
I mean, C Murder was live wire when he was out. I heard all types of situations.
Hold on.
I don't know if it's law, but I done heard some shit about it.
Yeah, I remember. I interviewed Pastor Troy. Remember?
He was smart. He saw something. You about looked at Jay in that corner. Jay, fuck that. I'm gone. And they don't want to be around you, man. He was smart. He saw something. You about looked at Jay in that corner.
All right, hold on. This is the same interview, but where the hell's my damn mouse? God damn. Please hit the like button on the way in. Please support the show. Give me 1 second.
I'll argue with Kanye West, but I'm not arguing with Kanye the Pixar. Jay was smart. He saw something. You about looked at Jay in that corner. Jay, fuck that. I'm gone. Let's keep it real. I'll argue with Kanye West, but I'm not.
Now when you want to go find something, you can. Hold up.
He should have said that before he went against 50 in that rap battle. I bet he would have lost in 05. I bet he would have lost. You wouldn't have won. He should have said he sucked dick on BET that day. He wouldn't have won that in 05 when all them gangsters was out here. I bet you he wouldn't have sold that much. He wouldn't have sold that much in 05. He should have confessed in 05. 50 Cent would have won. Let's keep it real. When Jeezy was out. When Boosie and Tip was out. When BMF was out. She. You think he would have outsold 50 then? We need to start keeping it real from the jump, because I kept this bitch 100 from the jump.
All right. Now guess who went over into the church sector and sold out? Even though his music was always Christian oriented. Kanye West. So y'all let me know if y'all want me to go over that FD signifier Tyler Perry bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Definitely support the show. I'll go over it. We can sit here and pick it apart piece by piece. I'll do a whole thumbnail. I'll set the whole show up. I'll tag the nigga in it. You know, we just critiquing. You know. That's all. That's exactly what they're trying to do, party. They're trying to get black men on their best behavior to vote blue no matter who. And the thing is that they get mad at the black men in their church, but the thing is that they can't tame the black women neither. These women are waking up and going to church with they club clothes on. They butt naked, they twerking in church. The pastor up there wiping his face with that rag. They twerking on the pulpit.
Y'all ain't got no sense, you black women. Your men treat you like the dogs, like your dogs. They walk all over you. They make you pay the bills at home, and then the preachers pimp you in the churches and make you pay the bills. Y'all crazy black women buying these black men private jets, the tune of $50 million for a nigga to ride around in a private jet. And you talk about, look at our pastor. What's wrong with y'all women? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? And what's wrong with a black man that would take that kind of money out of a poor neighborhood and buy himself a private jet? What's wrong with y'all niggas? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, black women? What's wrong with you voting for Barack Obama? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with y'all? You niggas are crazy.
Now, you notice the only real black men are the old niggas. The old niggas. The old niggas the only ones left. The ones that's tired, that's not beaten down, because usually they're quiet. So they took the youth, the male youth out of the church. The male youth, a lot of them dudes are gay. Because they got to follow under and behind. They got to follow under and behind the mother. LT Man said the problem is everyone is in other people's business instead of absorbing the content. They want to get more personal information about you. 1,000%. A 1,000%. Look at what they did to Anton. They wanna run his marriage into the ground. They wanna try to find a smoking gun to try to call him a PDF file. They wanna call him gay. So I don't understand that. And then let me tell you something, because the gay people are on board with it also. The gay people, they were behind running the heterosexual black male up out of the fucking church. They rallied right behind black women. But let me tell you something. The funny part is, because black women are the most, let's be honest, gay demographic out there of women. Whether they want to sleep with women or they want to sleep with men. So in reality, it's the black women that gotta let these bull dykes into the fucking church. And they have. But the thing is, they're not really friends like that. So the sisters done let them in, you know. They're not trying to have those people have no type of fucking authority over womanhood and stuff like that. Even though women don't know what women are nowadays, that's a trick question to ask them. They don't want, you know what I'm saying? They gotta really ask women. Women are the ones running the church. The gay people rallied behind women and femininity and the feminist movement, because the feminist movement and the LGBT, they're hand in hand. They rallied on the misandry. Women are getting replaced. Don't let them, don't let them act like they didn't run the man out of the damn church. And shit, if you're gonna praise any type of entity, it might be the Baphomet. You can't tell them to accept the jihad stuff and trans people when that's too close to the Baphomet. Remember, I tell you, the devil is at church every day. And one of the biggest things that y'all tend to not understand that's on the damn Baphomet is that he got titties. The Baphomet is transsexual. The Baphomet is transsexual. Stupid. Party said, what's crazy about the whole sector of niggas is that they never acknowledged black men voted and this is what I'm trying to tell y'all. Black men still haven't even gotten thanked for voting for Kamala. But next to Trump, they get thrown under the bus. Give me 1 second. Damn, are y'all rocking with the show or no? You know, let me know, man. We almost 2 hours in. Let's get at least 1 or 2 supporters on the show. I definitely want to keep the show going. All right. Definitely support the show, sponsor a water, something. Please hit the like button, share the show. Shout outs to everybody here. Let me catch up on these chats. Shout outs to LT, man. Good morning. Shout outs to Gold P again. Let's go. What's going on, Bronze Flat Power God? Hold on, I see you. You said FD is your go-to black YouTuber if you are no longer go-to black YouTuber if you're into long documentaries on black culture from a pretentious anti-capitalist leftist point of view. Yeah. He's just validating, you know, what they have, you know, or what they thought. He's just validating it, you know. There's so many LGBTQ Christians, but they don't want them to take over religion. You know what I'm saying? And they hate that Jesus is a heterosexual male figure. What's going on, UFO? What's going on, man? They don't like that Jesus and God are referred to as him. They will change God's pronouns. They don't like that God is a man. They don't like that they have to look up to a man. They don't like that. The whole point of being a lesbitarian and the whole point of the LG is it goes back to female worship. But then the thing is that when it gets to its boiling point, in reality, they resent women. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. All right, hold on. Give me 1 second, y'all. What's going on, Tyrone? Hold on. Broke Baptist. Oh, Jesus Christ. I shouldn't have read that shit. UFO, come on, man. Broke Baptist Mountain is crazy, man. Backdooria supporters, yeah. Heterosexual men represent the patriarchy, yes. Yeah, I heard he was addressing the nation. We're going to get into it. We're going to get back to it. Yeah, what's wrong with you? Why they forsake me, Black Pill Jesus? I'm surprised you ain't get called out for the name yet, Nu. That's funny. But this is what I'm saying, man. They had to get the male figures. They had to get the male figures up out of the church. You know, some churches, they're cool, you know. And then also too, a lot of the fucked up shit that was going on in the black church, the pastors were competing with regular men in the church. And a lot of the men had to bow down. You know, a lot of these pastors and a lot of these high-ranking church members, they want to be worshiped. A lot of them want to be worshiped, straight up and down. They want to be worshipped. They're there to convince you that they got some special pipeline, some telephone, some red telephone that they can pick up and talk to Jesus at any given time. I talked to Jesus last night, and he said you gotta support Player Talk Radio. Tithes and offering. Let me stop playing. Y'all hit the like button. Please support the show. Giving y'all some really great content. All right, let's get it. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get back into it. Hold on. Even when I'm on the other side of the planet, I still make sure to work hard and give y'all some really good content. Let's go.
The wrong frame. This is not about protecting the United States, obviously. It's not about even protecting Israel. If you're Israel and your main goal is not to get hit and to keep your city safe, the last thing you're going to do is try to provoke Iran into lobbing ballistic missiles into your country. You would never do that. No. This is about sweeping away any opposition to Israel's regional hegemony. Israel believes, as the only nuclear-armed power in the Middle East, that it should have control over the region. And by the way, I'm not attacking them. Every nuclear-armed power feels that way. We feel that way. What's going on in South America? We have a right to weigh in on that because we're the big dog. They feel that way. And what stands in their way? Well, Iran primarily, also Turkey, and then the 6 Gulf energy-producing monarchies, primarily Qatar, because they're disobedient. They don't follow Israel's lead on a lot of different things. And this war, and of course the United States, because the United States is constantly telling Israel, you can do this, you can't do that. Trump's like, no, you can't take over the entire West Bank and kick all the Christians out or whatever. The United States is a constraint on Israel. So they want the U.S. out of the region. Why wouldn't they? And they're, of course, pivoting to India. Israel has decided it needs a superpower to exist. It's only 9 million people. It's a really small country. So they have to be in alliance with a larger nuclear-armed power. They have to, or they won't exist. And they've picked India. Prime Minister Modi was in the Knesset yesterday and meeting with Netanyahu yesterday. And that is the plan. Israel will pivot from the United States to India. And I don't think anyone's even pretending that's not happening because support for Israel in the United States is going down. So this is the last opportunity for Israel to use the U.S. military to sweep away one of the few remaining speed bumps on the way to controlling the entire Middle East and having hegemony. And what does that mean? Well, Israel would like to expand its borders through the Levant into Syria. They're already taking land there, and into Lebanon, same thing, and maybe even extending farther north from that. But Israel wants to be physically larger. Every country does. We do. This is just a feature of human nature. But they want to be larger, and they can't because Iran's in the way, Qatar's in the way, the U.S. is in the way, and Turkey's in the way. So one by one, they're diminishing them. Does anyone think America will be stronger after this war? Of course not. America will be weaker. We can't afford it. We have no money.
We don't know how long it will last.
Of course
All the reports in the news are that even Dan Raisin Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, has been saying this could easily spin into a very prolonged quagmire. President Trump truthed out, that's not true. He'll do whatever I ask him to. He's ready to go. All he knows how to do is win. But I mean, it's been reported in multiple papers now that Kane is saying this is fraught. This could be
I don't know anyone
thing. And
who doesn't feel that way. No one in the Pentagon. I've talked to a bunch of people in the Pentagon. We don't have the munitions for this, okay? Just to be, and this has, again, been reported publicly. This is not secret. It is a fact, and this is the analysis of the Pentagon, that if this war goes 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, the United States will not have enough munitions to wage a major war for 10 years. Okay? No war with a peer or near peer nation for 10 years because we don't have the industrial capacity to replace those munitions. We've already expended so many of them in defense of Israel in the last 12 months.
In Ukraine.
And in Ukraine. So it's like, there's no way that this helps the United States. We're not in a place to do it. I strongly think the president understands that. Certainly, there's no one that let me just be blunt. There's no one I'm aware of in this administration who is aggressively pushing for this war.
Well, the thing is that, a lot of people, and they don't like it. So I don't expect them to say anything about it. But a lot of people don't realize is that we still do business with Iran in the Middle East. And they're not looking at it like, okay, we need to leverage the tariffs so that we still have money coming in, and commerce is not disrupted. War can disrupt business. War can disrupt business, but it doesn't necessarily disrupt business, And if you have the biggest and greatest military, you can do the biggest business on the planet. So we need, we don't need, but it is useful for us to, have a great relationship with Iran, even after, the regime change, because, then they'll get on our program and, whatever commerce and trades that we do, it doesn't fuck up the bag. War is business, So sometimes you have to disrupt business to do bigger business or better business. And it might not be instantaneously, obviously. It might take years. And that's kind of what a lot of millionaires and billionaires do. They set themselves up long term. So a lot of people that want something to be done overnight, they're not going to really see where Trump is coming from or somebody else is coming from with some of the things that they set in play. They're not going to really see where a lot of these niggas are coming from. You know what I'm saying? Most people don't. They don't think like a Trump. They don't handle business like a Trump. A lot of people would like to, but and that's the thing about rules to a certain degree. If you can apply it there, you can apply it anywhere, So it's like the average American, you got to sit back and just look, you along for the ride. And a lot of you still got to explain to Americans nowadays, like, bro, our taxes go into defense. We buy the biggest we buy the biggest and strongest rockets and things with our tax dollars. Because at the end of the day, if you got the bigger gun, you don't answer to no one. You know what I'm saying? You better have at the end of the day, you better have the bigger gun. You know, at the end of the day, you better control something that goes boom. You better control something that you know. You better be controlling the nukes. Yeah, or bent a bit, you know. That's what I'm saying, you know. 1000%. And that's really not necessarily Democrat thinking, but a lot of people think that we got to be friends with everybody in the you know, as the US, and it's like, bro, you can't be friends with everybody. You know, if they were already said, death to Americans. They were already bombing Americans and stuff like that. This is stuff y'all really don't hear. And shit, for a bunch of Americans that say, hey, I don't want to go to war, you'd be surprised. There's a bunch of other ones that's like, bro, we need to step on their ass. Teach them a lesson. Why are they killing our people? You know? And if your brother, sister, and cousins and stuff like that was over there getting targeted, you feel a little bit different. And this is why I don't really listen to niggas on topics like this. Because look at how evil niggas are nowadays. Niggas are hunting each other down with Dracos and machine guns and shit like that personally. But yet they want to talk to you about politics and how Trump is wrong. When one of their loved ones that was out here robbing and shooting people, not even being productive, gets stepped on. Because that's what happens when you're out here robbing and slanging iron and pistol toting and doing whatever the hell you doing. They ready to pick up guns and go do something. So miss us with that bullshit. And look at how they already forgot about 9/11. Let's start there. Give me 1 second. So yeah, look at what happened in 9/11. Look at what happened in 9/11. America was so confused and wanted revenge, but didn't even know who to point the finger at. You said, remember when an Iranian ship back in the 90s shot a missile at a U.S. ship? Them caps said, oops, our bad. Yeah, they've been shooting at us for a minute. It's just that you don't hear about it. And see, and that's the thing. The government don't really tell you stuff. But if you go talk to your cousins and your people that serving, they're like, man, these people been shooting at us for the longest fucking time. They deserve to get, a little spanking. So when we walking around spanking shit, now all of a sudden we're, oh man, that's horrible. And you see, they're not showing those people out there actually. You see, they're not showing those people out there actually celebrating and stuff like that because they don't want Trump to look like no type of hero. You are out your rabbit ass mind if you want Trump to look like some type of hero in their eyes. They don't want him to look like no type of fucking hero. So, oh boy.
All of the pressure is coming from Netanyahu. It's why he went to the White House 7 times in 1 year. It wasn't to be nice. It was to push for regime change in Iran. I'm not attacking him. That's not anti-Semitic. It's not even anti-Israel. It's an acknowledgement of the truth. And no matter what you slander people with, in the end, the truth remains true. Sorry. And so they want this. The only reason we would do it.
Not just him. His rabidly neocon friends here, like Mark Levin, like Lindsey Graham. I mean, there really is a bloodlust by some here domestically who do have the ear of the president to take out this regime as though it's going to be as easy as the Maduro raid.
Well, but everyone, look, this is, again, a country of 92 million people that has been under sanctions since 1979. It is an enormous country. It's the oldest civilization in the world, and they have a huge non-nuclear arsenal of ballistic missiles. Huge. It's the estimates of this are publicly available. You could bore yourself all day reading about it. This is a very serious thing. When we invaded Iraq in 2003, almost exactly 33 years ago, that country had 25 million people, and it was 1/6 the size of Iran. And we were there for 20 years, and we never fully pacified it. This is a country of 92 million people. And reality matters, actually. The number of people who live in your country, the armaments they possess, its landmass. These are relevant facts for people who plan wars, and they help determine the outcomes of those wars and occupations. So this is pure insanity. And what people like Levin, whom I'm not attacking, I feel sorry for because he's clearly living in hell, but what they're trying to do is a species of witchcraft. And it's really simple. You repeat something until it becomes true. Khomeini must die. We're going into war. We're going to knock off the government. This is good for us. Anyone who's against it is an anti-Semite, a Nazi, should be expelled. Benedict Arnold, not allowed in the White House. You keep repeating things that are untrue until they become true. You speak... You create truth by speaking. In the beginning was the word, right? There's a holy power, there's a supernatural power in words. Describing things is different from simply doing them. And if you can talk reality into being, this is what an incantation is. It's what a spell is. It's not spooky, crazy stuff. It's the lived reality of every person. Say it and it becomes true. And that's exactly what they're trying to do. And nobody is making the case for how does this help the United States? How does this make us richer, safer, happier? Zero. And my concern is if this actually happens, and it's likely to, what then? There will be no defense. We waged the Iraq war for Israel. It's obvious now the people who planned it say that out loud. There were no WMD. The Israelis told us there were WMD. There weren't. We know that now. They're telling us they're WMD in Iran. Also untrue. But it took 20 years to figure that out. If we go in, maybe at the end of this week or whenever, every American will know this wasn't done for us. It was done for a country of 9 million people. Where are we then? Then it's clear we have no sovereignty. It's clear who did this to us, our leaders. Our leaders did this to us at the behest of foreigners. And you sort of feel like at that point, I don't know how the system works at that point. I'm really worried about not just the war, but the long-term effects on our country.
We've done enough for Israel.
All right. So a lot of people don't like that, they don't like that it feels like we're bending over backwards for Israel. They don't feel the friendship between America and Israel.
This is not a single overnight operation. The military objectives that CENTCOM and the Joint Force have been tasked with will take some time to achieve, and in some cases will be difficult and gritty work. We expect to take additional losses, and as always, we will work to minimize U.S. losses.
So General Kane giving us the latest headlines just minutes ago, the Pentagon giving our first update on Operation Epic Fury. We continue to follow many fast-breaking developments throughout the Middle East. The conflict against Iran's terror regime is now widening on multiple fronts. So on this Monday morning, it is day 3, but I would emphasize only day 3. I'm Bill Hemmer here in New York, and good morning at home. Hello, Dana.
Good morning. Good to be with you. I'm Dana Perino, and this is America's Newsroom. So the terror group Hezbollah now entering the fray. They fired over the Lebanon border into Israel. The IDF responding with strikes against the Lebanese capital of Beirut.
So meanwhile, you have the Israeli Air Force continuing to unleash a mighty armada in the sky. Overnight, the IDF launching a wave of strikes in Tehran. So far, Israeli officials confirming that strikes have killed more than 40 Iranian commanders since the operation began. That includes top Revolutionary Guard leadership and Iran's defense minister.
And in the Gulf, several U.S. warplanes crashed in Kuwait. Thankfully, all crew members have survived. The White House also releasing this photo of President Trump with his team gathered at Mar-a-Lago, using a secure location there to keep a close eye on the strikes on Iran as they unfolded. And moments ago, Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman General Dan Kane giving the big picture on the high stakes of the operation for the United States, adding that more U.S. forces will be deployed in the conflict.
Our mission is to protect and defend ourselves, and together with our regional partners, prevent Iran from the ability to project power outside of its borders, and be ready for follow-on actions as appropriate. Across every domain, land, air, sea, cyber, the U.S. Joint Force delivered synchronized and layered effects designed to disrupt, degrade, deny, and destroy Iran's ability to conduct and sustain combat operations. This deployment included thousands of service members from all branches, hundreds of advanced 4th and 5th generation fighters, dozens of refueling tankers, the Lincoln and Ford Carrier Strike Group and their embarked air wings, sustained flow of munitions, fuel, supplies, all supported with command and control, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance network. And the flow of forces continues today. In fact, Admiral Cooper will receive additional forces even today. This was a massive, overwhelming attack across all domains of warfare, striking more than 1,000 targets in the first 24 hours. We are now roughly 57 hours into the operation. Operation Epic Fury stands as a reminder of what the United States military uniquely delivers: the ability to project power on a global scale with speed, surprise, precision, and overwhelming force when and where our nation requires it.
So now we have Team Fox coverage. Lucas Tomlinson joins us live in Istanbul, Turkey. Alexandria Hoff is standing by for the latest headlines from the White House. Trey Yinks is live on the ground in Tel Aviv, and that is where we begin a new day and a new hour. Trey, hello.
Yeah, Bill, Dana, good morning. The Israeli military tells Fox News right now they are striking the Iranian capital of Tehran. This comes as the Iranians are responding with more ballistic missiles against this country, wounding 10 people in the southern city of Beersheba this morning. And overnight, this conflict expanding. The Lebanese militant group Hezbollah, Iran's largest proxy, getting directly involved in the fight, launching rockets over the border into northern Israel, targeting the city of Haifa. Israel already responding, as you can see in this video here, the aftermath in the Dahya neighborhood of Beirut. They are striking a variety of targets, and they say the leader of Hezbollah, Naim Qassem, is a legitimate target. One resident in Beirut describes what he saw and heard.
At first, there were 3 explosions. They were a bit far. We went up to the roof and saw that the explosions were behind us. We could only see the smoke. After about 10 minutes, there was another strike right behind us. We all fled, and after another 10 minutes was the last strike. It was 3 consecutive strikes. We came here, and thank God we are okay now.
New video from the Israeli military shows how they are going after Iran's ballistic missile launching positions. Despite these efforts, the Iranians are still getting off a number of barrages both day and night. We have seen here from Tel Aviv these missiles soaring through the skies, being intercepted by Israel's advanced missile defense systems. We do expect advanced coordination.
But there's always going to be war in that area of the world, because that's where, I hate to say it, that's where Jesus, Jesus wasn't in Iran or anywhere, but there's always going to be war and conflict in that concentrated spot. You know what I'm saying? There's always going to be war and conflict. It's been like that since the beginning of mankind. Those have been war grounds out there.
Continue to try and control this threat, but we know the Iranians are still firing on Israel and regional Gulf countries. Bill, Dana.
Trey, thank you. Back to you for more headlines from the Middle East as they become available. We're going to take our viewers through a number of things now that have developed over the weekend and what we think we are learning at the moment. given the Pentagon briefing and what we expect later today. To my right are satellite images from northwestern Iran. These are ballistic missile sites. You see the road wrap around this way? Look here and here in the before image. And then afterwards, you can see the missiles that struck and took out those launch sites here. Again, over here, northwestern part of the country, near the town of Tabriz. These are the before images here. I look at these structures on the ground, and I see what's left over on the after, and all those structures are gone. What about leadership? What happens in Iran? Who takes control? Who was elected? Who takes power? This is what we understand right now. We've been told through the White House that 48 leading leaders in Iran have been eliminated. On our image behind us, we have 9 of those, but they are significant. Head of the Military Bureau, head of intelligence, chief of staff of the armed forces, the IRGC commander, the head of Security Council, the Iranian Council there, defense minister in Iran, and of course the Ayatollah, the supreme leader of Iran. Only 2 leaders have ever existed in the history of the Islamic Republic of Iran. This was the second after 37 years. He has now been eliminated. Over here, the reported U.S. and Israeli strikes in Iran. In green, you can see the reported airstrikes thus far. In white, the reports of explosions that we have seen actual footage, video footage of. Then in yellow are the confirmed.
And it's like what UFO Kamikaze said. Oh, I think I got a UFO thing here too for you, UFO. I got a video. But I gotta check. I think I put it in the queue for today's show. Y'all, please support the show. Y'all got me saying it till I'm blue in the face. Please support the show. 2 hours and 25 minutes into the madness. You guys know what to do. Please support the show, y'all. What was I about to say? Yeah, UFO Kamikaze says, you know, and this is true, that they can't even launch weapons or launch missiles and stuff like that without giving up their position. So literally, it's like a nomad war. You got to launch a rocket and then leave. Get away from that area as quick as possible. You know what I'm saying? So this shit ain't gonna last long. Or maybe it will. You know what I mean? If they're in the mountains and stuff like that, it's like, look, you just mash up one side of the damn mountains, I guess. Shit.
Airstrikes as well. Look at the green here. Strait of Hormuz is going to get a lot of attention down here. This town of Bandar Abbas, okay? The Strait of Hormuz at its most narrow point is 21 miles long. About a fifth of the U.S. oil supply, the global oil supply goes through the Strait of Hormuz every day. We're going to watch that throughout the day and see how that impacts markets. What I was talking about over there in the satellite images, these are up in the northwest corner of the town of Tabriz. On Saturday, if you were watching our coverage here, if you were to fly from Tehran to Israel, it's about 1,200 miles, and the Iranians clearly have the capacity, the missile capacity, to reach Israel. They also easily have the capacity to reach some of the Gulf nations down here, which I'll show you momentarily. But these ballistic missile sites that are located in the western part of the country are such a deadly force against the Gulf nations and against Israel.
They got too much land out there. That's the thing.
Cuts down 400 miles. So the reach here from western Iran into Israel is only 800 miles. It's an easy reach for the Iranians. Over here quickly on the retaliations with the Iranians and what they have done.
And you gonna let them people gonna let you fly all of them rockets over they shit? So if those rockets get intercepted and hit, now them rockets are gonna be in your neighbor's backyard. Okay.
In the regional strikes. We will note throughout our program how many civilian targets have been hit. Airports, hotels, these Gulf nations. But this is where the U.S. military is essentially established. Big Army base in Kuwait. Big Navy base here in Bahrain. A big air base here, Al Udeid there in Qatar that's been built. Abu Dhabi as well. These are all locations that are easily right across the Persian Gulf into Iran for the military. Let me clear that off here and move to, and this is where the naval assets are set up. Quickly, I would just draw your attention, the USS Abraham Lincoln there in the Arabian Sea and the USS Gerald
backyard
Ford
and front,
just off the coast of Israel. These are the aircraft carriers. Nuclear-powered Ford, been at sea for more than 10 months, has capacity to do many, many things with his fleet of carriers and ships throughout the area. The reason we're showing you this map, and I'll wrap it up here, all right? A lot of times we get lost about these Gulf nations. Remember Kuwait, right? They've been hit. Bahrain, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Oman.
They've been
all of
hitting
them
them.
pretty much held their fire, quite literally, until they were hit with some civilian sites. And then we saw over the weekend, Dana, that these Gulf nations have taken action and word at a minimum toward the Iranian regime today.
And so we bring in Joey Jones. He's co-host of the Big Weekend Show, which I watched last night. He's a retired Marine bomb tech, a great guy, and we are glad to have him here. Let's just listen to President Trump. This is call for number one, talking about the sacrifice of American troops.
As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. We pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more before it ends.
And Joey, appropriate tone, right? Just let people know that we're in the middle of...
Wow, don't even let the man finish his speech. Just cut him off. And then say he's insensitive. Yep, stop the man right before he's gonna say, hey, give a sympathetic comment after it. Oh, he don't care. Okay.
This we just said state 3.
Cut the man off.
General Kane just said 57th hour.
Yeah.
So we have a long way to go. But so far, in the success of the mission looks like, as it's set out, to be pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, any loss of life is a tragedy. I pointed that out last night, and I reiterate that tonight or today. That now we're up to 4. 4 is a small number, but for everyone that loves those 4 individuals, it's a huge number. It's a gulf that they can't fill. And I think it's important we always reiterate that, and I'm sure the administration understands that too. If you take a 30,000...
It's not even that, though. The casualties are Israel soldiers, too, and other people that they're basically kind of hostage shooting that they can't save. They don't know who's going to be the next targets and stuff like that. So that's why they're counting some of that stuff as a loss, because they will go shoot a whole different target that is not, from Israel or the U.S. and stuff like that. And they're doing that because it's like, oh, okay, well, we're going to take out these people. So they're going to be casualties and losses. And then they're attacking Israel. So there's American soldiers out there fighting with them. So we're getting wrapped up in Israel's shit. They're not really hitting anything American. They're not going after our boats. They're not going after any of that stuff. And look how big Iran is. They're playing ball on their turf. So, but we have the technology, so we're gonna have to see how the assistance go.
Foot view on this. This might be the most impressive military operation in our lifetime. And that's easy. Those are big words. That's easy to say. But when you start a press briefing saying that Space and Cyber Command was the first to act, and then you look at all the groundwork laid from the entirety of President Trump's tenure, from Abraham Accords. I mean, honestly, right now we're looking at this saying that Midnight Hammer and Maduro were dress rehearsals for this operation.
And we can't really, we can't really mash up them blood clot like that, because the thing is, we're trying to keep some of their people alive. See, our people perish because we're trying to keep some of their people alive for that for the regime change. So even who we want to be in office now, or who would run and stuff, they got to be in hiding because they're still shooting. We say, hey, we want this person to take over. Well, guess what? They'll try to take that person out before that person even get into office. And they still got 40 days. They got to mourn the Ayatollah for about 40 days. So who knows what else is gonna happen, within the month? Because the first day started March 1st.
I mean, you talk about working the kinks out. That's how you work the kinks out for an operation like this. It's incredibly impressive. What I'm gleaning, and this is gleaning, this is not no intelligence, just watching, no conversations, just watching what's being said. I think they do probably anticipate having strategic groups on the ground, whether it be special forces. I think we hit a place where, one, we're having to find these missile silos where they're hidden, and two, perhaps it has to do with whatever government comes in. I think the thing that we have to look
shit is
for
crazy because the thing is that, I mean, if we wanted a city to perish, first of all, it's inhumane. Even though we've done it before, America don't give a shit. But the thing is that you gotta like, pinpoint. You gotta surgically, you know what I'm saying, mash up them blood clot. Because if you mash up the whole damn thing, we can make all of this shit disappear. That's on the screen. Easily. We could turn that shit into a scary movie. We could make all of that shit disappear. We did it with Japan. We did it with Vietnam. We did it with, So we can sit something down serious there. But the thing is that our allies are there too. Our soldiers are on the ground there too. So it's not like we could just, mash up them blood clot the way we want to. So, or the way the average person think it'll go. So yes, you're gonna lose people.
Critical of if it happens is, I don't want 100 or 1,000 troops sitting on a base waiting to be struck by a concrete mixer full of IEDs. And that's the type of thing we saw in Iraq that we as American people don't want to see ever again. And I don't think this is an administration that would let that happen.
Wow, great stuff, Joey. Thank you for that. Just watching a live picture from Beirut, well into the 4 o'clock afternoon hour there. And Hezbollah reached out last night firing missiles in the northern Israel, and the IDF has responded appropriately. General
And then that's the other thing. We ain't the only one launching shit.
Betray us on the consequences of going after these Gulf nations that we just showed on the map there. Here he is.
I think a really foolish move by the Iranians was to hit the Arab countries in the Gulf who really had wanted to stay out of this, but now are in it because of strikes against civilian targets in their countries, the Gulf states. And
the reason why the reason why the other countries are gonna, the reason why they did this is because they want the other countries to jump in it. It's a foolish move. It's a, what do they call it? It's a measure that they take to bring the other people in it, because they're like, all right, well, since America did this and sent this and did that, oh, we're gonna drag other people into it to make it complicated. It's like if we can't have it, then nobody gets to have it. We're just gonna, blow all kinds of shit up. Mash up them blood clot.
Now their aircraft are already flying as part of the overall defensive effort, and we'll see if there is a decision about us using their bases again, which they had initially denied because they had wanted to stay on the sidelines.
So the observation there is pretty obvious. Iran had few friends before.
Yeah.
It has fewer as of today.
Yeah, I mean, its two biggest friends are Russia and China. China has no interest in this, and Russia's pretty preoccupied. Perhaps the two biggest concerns they have is someone isn't going to buy their weapons anymore, and they don't have someone to produce their drones. To wake up the other morning and see there are really two things that people worried about in the last 20 years. Will Iran retaliate on Israel? That was a concern. And what do the other Gulf nations say or think if we go after Iran? Do they say, well, we could be next if they don't like us tomorrow? Both of those questions were no longer a question the morning we woke up and this strike had started. First of all, Israel was a part of it. They wanted this fight.
Yeah, I mean, if you strike quickly and swiftly, all that shit you was thinking could change in about 2 moves.
And second of all, these Gulf nations sit there and go, you just launched at us, not at U.S. military bases, but at hotels in our cities. That changed the entire table, the entire game.
We're all living in the moment, day to day, in the last 3 days. But I wonder, as you look ahead to the rest of this day, what are you looking for? Like, what do you pay attention to that somebody like us wouldn't necessarily have on our radar?
The naval assets. So we're really concerned about mines in the Strait of Hormuz.
And this is the thing about taking, I mean, because obviously somebody can take a spot, but this is the thing about taking out somebody's leader too. You create renegades. Well, not necessarily create renegades, but sometimes it's good to have the leader around to a certain degree, because at least there's a face you could put on it, and you can talk to somebody and negotiate a ceasefire or whatever you want to negotiate. So now you have a whole bunch of renegades that now you got a whole bunch of renegades, that are going to spread out. So this is, it's going to be crazy.
And that's the next really
And low key, somebody else is in charge. You just can't put a face on it yet.
viable option that the Iranians have. I don't know they'll do it because it'll make China
Is it like
really
a landmine, but just in the water?
To an extent, yes. They can. The underwater mines are where we're really, to not put too much out there. All you hear about drones, we're doing that underwater too.
Gotcha.
That's a big concern all the way to the west coast of the United States. We have a lot of assets we've never employed that are countermine, and I think we've
testing shit out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I heard that too. I heard some new guy was in charge, and they got his ass up out of there too. I heard they got his ass smooth up out of there too. That shit was quick.
Good set of
That
eyes.
must be fascinating for you.
It is very fascinating.
Right, you understand the technology better than we do.
Technology is this war, and that's perhaps for the first time.
Well, thanks for being here. We
Yeah,
appreciate
great
it,
stuff.
Joey.
Thank you, Joey.
Thank you both.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm
I remember that Brian dude, this nigga, I remember he gave Kamala the business. And I bet you she won't take her ass over to Fox anymore. All right.
It's time for Lefties Losing It. And I wish I could say I was shocked by the Islamists and leftists mourning a dictator, condemning President Trump's strikes against Iran, and generally being miserable, oxygen-thieving miscreants. But I want to start Lefties on a high note tonight. So let's see Iranians adopting the Trump dance to celebrate the death of the dictator.
Yeah. When the hell did Americans become this fucking diabolical? Ayatollah Pack go crazy. Dang, and they got the flag. That's crazy. Remember I showed y'all that crazy picture with that man's face on that missile? It's like, damn, dog. Live by the missile. Die by the missile. Yeah, we've been diabolical. It's just on camera now. And widely distributed. Oh, who's this baddie? Iranian women are shaped weird. Like their lower body. You know what? Never mind. I'm not even gonna say what I was gonna say. Cause they be out here when they be out here where I'm at. So oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Even the anchor doing it. So I wanted to play this because this is good journalism on my behalf. Don't ever say I never did nothing for y'all. This is great journalism on my behalf. I wanted to play this because if you listen to the lefties in America, they're this is wrong. Even some of the conservatives, this is wrong. He shouldn't have did that, and blah blah blah, and he's not a hero. Well, why are they celebrating? You know, it's crazy because it's old school meets the new school. I know the new school and the younger generation, like, you know, because remember, you got millennials, you got Gen Xers and Zillennials over there in Iraq too. They might not call themselves that, but come on now. They live in a similar world like me and you. So why the lefties here, you know, saying, oh, this is bad, this is wrong, and even the conservatives, some of them, they turned on Trump and they, oh, this is bad and this is wrong. But you have Iranian people doing the Trump dance in celebration. I know they be like, the Ayatollah, they like, man, why are our people dying and who is this nigga? The Ayah what? So you have older people, you know, that can become not necessarily relevant, but real trendy amongst the younger people with just a few moves. So it's funny that our president is being celebrated there and tolerated here, which they're celebrating them here too, but they're not going to show you that, especially if you look at this on the TV. And for the most part, it's on social media. You might find a video every here and there, but you know. Yeah, I don't even know what Kamala's slogan was. Drink wine, shit. Yeah, this shit done flew over their head, party. No pun intended. You know, because missiles and shit. No pun intended. You know, but hey. Damn. So they just using this song for everything. Okay. Dang, the American flag in the damn. Okay. Hold up. Party crazy as hell. We spreading joy, no read. Men of culture meet again. I see what you did there. All right, let's go. Not the golf. Hey, Trump a fool with it. Not the golf, though. Yeah, the Iranian baddies take it to the street. No hijab. Look at them titties. Look at them goddamn titties. We stand with Trump. Damn.
Sorry. It's not just Iranian.
Oil. Who said anything about oil? Bitch, you cooking? Hold on. They used to that shit. They used to that shit. If it ain't Americans bombing them, then somebody else bombing them. They used to that shit.
Adopting Trump's dance and favorite song, they've discovered that Donald Trump's signature dance moves work perfectly with Persian music.
Oh, fuck. Cause you know they did that with that the Boo song and the other joint. You know you know the joint I used to play on here, them jiggers. Oh shit! Don't tell me they're dancing the boo, 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 pop out.
Believe me? Have a look at this.
Damn. All they got to do is BPM sync it.
Now let's check in on the awful Jane Fonda, who had this to say about the efforts.
So ain't that crazy? You got to rely on outside world news, which is good. Thank God that you guys have the internet so you can access this. You got to rely on outside world news to give y'all the real story that people are celebrating.
To liberate Iran.
But you got niggas in black YouTube mad as hell. Niggas that'll never go to Iraq, balling they fist up. Big vein in their forehead. Mad for no reason. Them niggas never had no plans on going to no damn Iraq, Iran, or none of these places. You got niggas running around here talking about some, don't they know it's the end of the world. These niggas partying. It's a you know they playing. It's a party in the USA over there.
Dangerous and insane war against
Look at these white women. Oh my God. You got white women that look like Ric Flair, mad as hell. Oh my God. We gotta get this lunatic. She sniffed some coke before she said, we gotta get this lunatic out of the office.
What's the matter, Daddy? What's the matter, Daddy? What's the matter, Daddy?
Bust all in there.
Oh yeah, we destroying them bunkers. We find a Iranian bunker. Trump is like,
bust all in there.
Destroy that shit. He's the worst. He's the worst president ever.
Not only violates international law and our Constitution and War Powers Act, but risks exploding into a vast war of mass.
You've never seen Karens this pissed off at one man that they used to like.
Taking the lives of many.
Oh dear, you know.
And the funny part is that the American Iranian people are sitting up here pretending to be mad. You know, the ones that are Americanized, they're sitting up here going to work and going to these places pretending to be mad when they don't even go home. They would have got their head cut off if they went home. And they're pretending, oh, we're so mad. Yet the people that actually live there, they're celebrating. Ain't that crazy?
The liberation of genuinely oppressed women fills you with so much dread, Jane, then perhaps you're a witch. You may just be a witch. Could explain a lot, no? Let's have a look at a CBS reporter who appears to be told to change his coverage of the Iranian celebration to not include praise of Donald Trump. Here is Vinny Materano being told they don't want us to focus on this. His response is brilliant.
Party. So how are niggas over here yelling justice for Iran and they over there partying? Where did the signals get crossed? They're yelling justice for Iran and they're over there partying.
To the lefty meltdown in New York City now over the elimination of a brutal Islamist dictator. And I got to say, there were feelings of deja vu watching this pitiful but clearly well-organised and well-funded anti-Trump uprising. Yes,
these are the same people like, yo, okay, do you want to go to Iran? Do you know, we gonna book a ticket for you to go to Iran? No, I don't want to go. No. I got stuff to do here. I don't want to go. These people would never set foot in Iran.
They were with their professional-looking signs chanting hands off Iran now. Just like they were chanting hands off Venezuela a few weeks back, signs looked awfully similar too.
Hands off Venezuela.
Joining me now is filmmaker and commentator Army Horowitz. Army, tell me about these protests. Who is behind them? They seem to be very similar. They don't seem to be all that organic.
Yeah, and
and you know what? And you found out what do they used to call those people? Antifa and like all them other little renegade groups. You found out the left will pick up a hijab and wear it to disguise themselves and start marching and doing stuff, and it's not the real people. Bro, them niggas are crazy, man.
Does not matter to them what the reality is on the ground. It doesn't matter to them what success.
They will put on a hijab and start throwing and start riot baiting, throwing stones and shit.
Can come from these type of attacks, right? This kind of defense of democracy, defense of the people. The Venezuelan, and you have to ask yourself, do they care that Venezuelans are happy when Maduro's no longer there? Are they not happy or thrilled that the Iranians are celebrating now that
and they take to the street, whereas when Maduro was there, they wouldn't dare take to the street. Those same people would have gotten beheaded.
mullahs are being killed, that they're now having finally, hopefully they can taste some freedom. No, this is a larger issue involved where you have people who are trying to undermine the United States, undermine our foreign policy. They are aligned with our enemies. Okay? This is what we have, and yes, of course, it's AstroTurf. Of course, these are pre-printed signs. Things are all connected. When you go to Minneapolis, right, and you see those, when I showed you those signs being taken off of trucks, this is all the same part of this leftist agenda where they're trying to undermine the United States and the moves that we're making and President Trump are trying to make.
Well, you know what? You hit the nail on the head there, aligned with our enemies. It doesn't matter who the enemies are, if they're from the left, if they're from the Islamist world.
Yeah, they just, a bunch of bricks just ended up in front of this business that just so happened to renew their insurance policy. Oh, man, I hope nobody uses this big pile of bricks over here to do something. Oh, man, it would be crazy if one of these bricks went through one of these windows. Oh, man, a Call of Duty supply chopper just dropped off a pallet of bricks in front of this insured building. Niggas got so tired, the owner himself went out there and just started throwing bricks with a scarf over his head.
Communist, socialist, as long as they're against
you gotta make some money.
US, against Western civilization, these people seem to be in lockstep with them. And I want to talk to you about that unholy alliance that we're seeing in the West. I've been writing about it for more than a decade. This unholy alliance between Islamists and left-wingers. And there was one in Iran as well before the Islamic Revolution. And this is something the left don't seem to understand, Army, that they are just useful idiots in this alliance. They will be discarded as soon as they stop being useful. And that's precisely what happened in Iran. Once the Islamic Revolution was complete and the Islamists took charge with the help of the communists, they killed all the communists, Army.
Yeah, same can be said about the...
What's wrong with bricks spawning out of nowhere? He said she's lucky she's here and not there because their TV would have been turned off too, for sure. Shit.
French Revolution. Look, of course, that's the question people always ask themselves. Like, I don't understand. What does the left have in common with Islam? And the reality is, what do they have in common? Hatred of Western values. self-hatred, okay? What they see is victimhood, right? They look at themselves as victims, they see Islam as victims, and they see their common enemy is success. Their common enemy is the free market. Their common enemy is Western liberal values, even though they're not liberals. These are not liberals. These are hard leftists who want dictatorship, who want autocracy. That's what they want, because they know that their ideals are the only ones that can be supreme, and therefore you can't allow for freedom and a multiplicity of voices. That's why they're similar.
Now, your mayor, New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani, has been accused of rooting for the Ayatollah after his comments about the strikes against the Iranian regime. He wrote on X, "Today's military strikes on Iran carried out by the United States and Israel mark a catastrophic escalation in
And that's crazy, sitting in a city that got hit by people from the Middle East. That's wild. That's so crazy how New York just forgot about Osama bin Laden and all that shit. This new generation just dropped the ball, man.
illegal war of aggression, bombing cities, killing civilians, opening a new theatre of war. Americans do not want this. They do not want another war in pursuit of regime change. I mean, I can't say I'm terribly surprised here. He is a leftist and some would argue he's also a Islamist.
And then you got places like Iran and Pakistan and all these places that will accept and hide Osama bin Laden. What's up with New York, man? Where my cats from New York, man? What say y'all, man? I mean, I get it. The diversity is there. Well, it's not really diversity. It's still a salad bowl, but the diversity there is wild. The diversity there is wild. You just let them eat, just take over and eat the rotten apple from the inside out. That now that they can openly not care about 9/11. In a city where it's plastered everywhere, never forget. Man, America's just as sick. They're just as sick, man.
It's not just him, right? I mean,
and I get it. I don't got nothing against like Muslim. I don't got nothing against, you know, Islam and everything. But I'm saying if something was to occur in a particular place, why there? Like, it gotta be crazy that that's the elephant in the room.
It's almost universal with the Democrats outside of John Sullivan, right? And they got to ask themselves, they're standing against, look at all the Iranians celebrating around the world. They're standing against the Iranian people, right? Why? Because they don't like Donald Trump, and Donald Trump can do no right. That's what it really all comes down to. And, you know, you have to ask yourself, Democrats, who are you standing with? Do you know who you're standing with? You know who's condemning the Iranian attacks? Russia is, China is, Tucker Carlson is, Nick Fuentes.
Right, your own enemies are on your turf.
Is Marjorie Taylor Greene is. Yeah, by the way, that statement that Marjorie Taylor Greene made about, oh, look at all the innocent civilians being killed by Trump. Oh, really? What? You didn't say one word about 32,000 Iranians that were slaughtered by the mullahs. Not a word, okay? And the criticism is like, well, this is unprovoked attack. I'm sorry, I'm so sick of that, okay? Look, when the Iranian regime has killed probably thousands of American citizens, okay, and American soldiers directly or through their proxy, and killed U.S. allies, including Israel, okay, when Iran has tried to assassinate our president. Let's be very clear. They tried to assassinate our president. I'm sorry, the president has the right to retaliate when he seems fit. Today is when he saw fit. It wasn't unprovoked. It was very, very provoked. And by the way, Libya did a whole lot less, right? And we attacked them. And frankly, Russia did a lot less, okay, to the United States directly. And then we supported in attacking them. I'm sorry, Democrats, you're on the wrong side of history.
Now, we've got more on Iran and Cuba shortly because there's a lot of agitation there from Cubans saying, we want to be next. Can we also be liberated, please? But first, let's go to Austin, Texas,
Australia,
a possible domestic terrorism offence in the city's Party District, 6th Street, where a migrant who was allowed to be naturalised despite a growing criminal record went on a shooting rampage, killing 3 people. Army, this is being investigated as a possible Islamist terror attack. What do we know so far?
Yeah, I mean, he was wearing a shirt that said "Property of Allah." He had a Quran. There's the picture right there. He had a Quran in his car, so we clearly
What
know
the
this is a terrorist
fuck?
attack.
See, niggas always got to insert themselves into something, man. Always got to be that one. Can't go sit down, man.
I don't know how more clear you could be of the motivation, frankly. It was a drive-by shooting initially. Then he calmly parked the car, came out, started shooting people on the sidewalk. Absolutely horrific in a very popular area of Austin. I've been there I was just there a couple weeks ago, frankly, walking down the street and having a couple cocktails right along that promenade. Yeah, he first came to this country in 2000. Then he married somebody and became a U.S. citizen. And he was arrested 4 times, both before he became a citizen and after he became a citizen. But I promise you, the Democrats will fight tooth and nail against his deportation, right? They're not going to allow ICE to lay a finger on this guy. It's crazy. And it really comes down, look, I'm sorry, we got to be real here. You know, this immigration question. We should not take in whoever wants to come in. We have to be judicial and choose who we want. I am pro-immigration. I am a product of immigration. I love it. Our country is better for it. But I'm sorry, guys. Despite ChatGPT's best efforts to deter me from coming up with these numbers, okay? I looked the last 35 years. I could have looked more than that. In 35 years, every single immigrant to this country who committed a terrorist attack was Islamic. Every single one. I'm sorry, those are just the numbers, okay? Even though they make up 5% of the immigration to this country, they make up 100% of the terrorist attacks. So I don't know what to tell you guys. I'm sorry.
Army, I'm sure there'll be groups saying that those figures are not accurate. It's all about how you define terrorism, but that's an argument for another day. There is no issue in stating very clearly there is a massive overrepresentation, and it's one that needs to be tackled, and it's evident in a number of Western countries. It's not a problem just in the US. Now,
Iran is mangled. Let's go.
Let's check in with a lefty losing any grip on reality. This is Human Potato, Brian Stelter on CNN.
But I can tell you, Ellison has talked in recent months about how he wants to sustain the news business in the United States. And he's talked about his belief that, quote, the majority of the country longs for news that is balanced and is fact-based. And Wolf, that sure sounds a lot like CNN's mission. A lot of similarities.
I mean, what can you say to that? The man is delusional. And this is a little bit of hilarity as well. The Daily Show host Jon Stewart has said the media squandered trust with its Trump-Russia collusion narrative. He made those Captain Obvious comments during his podcast when speaking to an MSN Now host. I mean, he's been part of the problem. It's all well and good to say now that the Russian collusion hoax was a hoax. But when was he when it was actually happening? He has been complicit in so much of this lunacy.
Yeah, you asked what planet, Brian.
Everybody messing up the damn podcast game. Everybody messing up the fucking podcast game for us, man. And it's true, we don't stand a damn chance. The real ones, we don't stand a damn chance. Shit, I'm just doing this off the strength and love at this point, man, because we don't stand a damn chance. Everybody coming in here, copying us, messing up the damn podcast game. Fuck. You think, y'all, do you think if Vance wins, they're gonna keep calling Vance's name like they calling Trump's name? I know we're still gonna hear about Trump for the next 8 years after he's out of office, you know.
Seltzer lives on, soon to be the planet of unemployment. I think that's what he's really worried about, because there's gonna be an overhauling for sure at CNN when Barry Weiss comes in. Captain Obvious is I couldn't have put it better for Jon Stewart. Yeah, I'm sorry, John. You just have no credibility with me, right? I mean, where were you? Where were you to condemn the Democrats when they were pushing the hoax? I didn't hear your voice in that chorus pushing back against the Democrats. Or where were you calling for the investigation of all those national security people who signed that letter saying that the laptop was
laptop Russian.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You just don't get a whole lot of credit for me for coming up with something.
Party said all these people never be outside when actual events are taking place. Just like now today, they over here talking about what happened in the last 20 years. The Democrats need to focus on themselves and update their platform. Yeah, they're not even living it's not even that they're delusional, but they're not even living in the real world. You know, when we was covering the election and Kamala was like, "Oh yeah, I'll give you guys some weed." It's like, weed? You're gonna give black people weed? That'll solve it. Just get them niggas some weed. All right. Man, we are 3 hours and 10 minutes into the madness. I want to keep the show going. I definitely want to get into these other topics. Can you guys please hit the like button and support the show? Can we at least get 2 to 3 supporters on today's show? Look out for the cookout. All right. 3 hours into the show. Please support the show. Let's get it.
We all saw from the get-go.
Party says they said Obama gonna run again and he's going to face Trump. I'm like, bruh, he got 3 years left. What are y'all talking about? What are y'all gonna talk about after? They have no idea. And you know what, Party? That's when you're gonna start seeing a lot of these podcasts go away. That's crazy.
0 credit.
Well done. Now, we've seen the fall of dictators in Venezuela and Iran, thanks to President Trump.
Venezuela.
Now, Cubans are begging President Trump to liberate them too.
Didn't I tell you? Damn, she bad as hell. I need to go to Cuba. Shit. Give me some cigars, y'all.
I don't speak Spanish, but I understood pretty much every word of that. And in Miami, where so many Cubans have fled, they were also asking the president to help free their home country.
Damn, imagine that. Imagine everybody's getting mad that you're taking over shit, and now people are like, "Yo, can you free our country? Help free our country." You know what's funny, and you know what this reminds me of? Oh, Trump is letting out criminals and blah blah blah. He's giving people presidential pardons, and Snoop Dogg and all them people were talking crazy about Trump. And then guess what? Snoop Dogg and Boosie and all of them, they writing Trump letters like, hey, man, you know, can you look into my case? Or, hey, man, my homeboy locked up. Can you help get him out? Like, dang. He was a horrible bitch-ass nigga just a minute ago. How the hell did he go from being a horrible bitch-ass nigga to now, can you help my homeboy who need to be jailed get the hell out? Can someone please make sense of this? Can somebody please make sense of this? Oh my goodness. Shout outs to Party. Lord have mercy. And thank you guys when you guys support through the coffee store, because it goes straight to the less fortunate and it helps the channel. Oh my goodness. Party sponsoring today's show. Phone lines and everything is open if you guys want to call in. Drop in the huge. $40 on the PayPal. Hold on, let's go. Jesus Christ. Nuking the PayPal. Let's go.
Try your final card, Yugi. Cause after that, 3 blue eyes white dragon are gonna mash up your blood clot. It over. It not done yet, Kaiba. Cause me have this. Exodia, the wicked one. What that? Me have all 5 pieces pon the field. Lord God, it's a really Exodia. Yugi, you know easy. Now who are gonna get mash up? Exodia, mash up him blood clot. Whoa!
Shout outs to Party for mashing up the blood clot. You said, but Kuda, that's one side. There's people that Iranians and Venezuelans who are split on this. Well, them niggas can go back home. They can go back home now. There's Venezuelans, they can go back home now without getting their blood clot mashed up. Shit. Yeah, I think so, Party. I think people are just naturally split on everything. And the same thing when they were voting for Trump. The same thing when they were voting for Trump. They didn't want the election to look like a damn landslide. I get it. You don't want the you don't really want the election to look like a landslide. That's kind of embarrassing. But come on now. Yeah, I you know what? We were talking about that on the last show, Party, and I'm gonna say this, right? We were talking about that on the last show, and I'm gonna say this, because I said, you know, even after Trump evaded that and literally didn't get his clock cleaned, I don't even know how I would have reported that story. You know, and that was a crazy time, because look at it like this, right? Trump literally turned his head and got clipped in the ear. We would have seen that bullet. That would have been a messy kill. Let's just say that would have been a messy kill. That would have been a messy kill. That's all I'm gonna say. It would have been a messy kill. Hold on, y'all. It would have been a messy fucking kill. And to see him go out like that is crazy, right? To see Trump go out like that is wild. But what's even more wild, and I'm gonna throw this out there, what's even more wild is months later we watched Charlie Kirk get clipped the way he did. And it really, you know, for people seeing it, it fucked a lot of people up, but it really didn't hit people hard. Because think about it, if Trump got assassinated like that, we would still be talking about it like it happened yesterday, today. And these people, these lunatics would have been in the streets laughing. They would have been cheering. They would have been marching. These goofballs right now, they would have been dancing and celebrating death. Trump is the new Harriet Tubman. That's funny as hell. That's a crazy comparison, but I get it. You wouldn't have heard the end of it. You said they should have let it be a landslide. At least the left would be able to reset its niggas. Niggas would have been reinvigorated for the Democrats. Yeah. No, actually though, party, I would say this. I think black men would have pushed back at it. And I only say that because when the numbers came out and 80-something% of black men voted for Kamala.
Bitch! That's a huge bitch! That's a huge bitch!
We would have got a little bit of pushback. We kind of would have gotten blindsided. Like, where is this coming from? We would have gotten pushback. Cause even BGS was telling y'all to vote Democrat. Even a bunch of people here was telling y'all to vote Democrat. You said Charlie Kirk is essentially a nobody with a mouth to the mouthpieces of the blacks and the left, and they were dancing on his grave. Yeah, and a whole bunch of black people was dancing and didn't even know who the hell he was. And I'm not saying that they should have worshipped him or liked him and stuff like that, but it's like, bruh, like y'all niggas, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. Sometimes being black is a humiliation ritual. Just the third, fourth, and fifth hand embarrassment is crazy. Yeah, FD Signifier will be out in the street with his fat ass bankhead bouncing. Oh, you know, he probably fuck around and divorce his wife. Well, you know, his fat ass would have loved that shit. His fat ass would have loved that shit.
Army, they've got signs saying Cuba next. Is there an appetite from the Trump administration to look at Cuba and have some sort of...
And you know what's funny? I think if Kamala had won, those Democrats would have been hating her right now. They would hate the hell out of her. But I think they would say, well, it's better her than Trump. Because that's really what they were voting on. oh, well, it's better her than Trump. We just want anybody but Trump in here. Even Tariq and stuff had to bow down the second time around and tell y'all, oh, well, man, you know. You had the FBAs were split. They didn't know if the They Not Like Us song was for her or for the lineage. They're like, damn, we kind of look crazy singing They Not Like Us and then telling y'all to go vote for Kamala. Big Mala.
Regime change there.
Oh no, I'm sure he would love that, no question. Not sure he's going to engage in the next month or two. But why wouldn't the Cubans want a slice of freedom pie, right? They see dictators falling all around the world, and they're saying, "Hey, when's our?"
Yeah, but this is the thing though, and I said this about shout outs to House of Hypocrites. I said this about him. You know that self-deprecating humor? Now you can call yourself a hypocrite and just like be wrong as two left shoes. So if I call myself a hypocrite when it's like when I call myself a hypocrite, don't be surprised when I'm wrong. Even though I call myself a hypocrite because naturally we are hypocrites. You know, but hey.
Turn. Look, they want that for a reason. This move against Iran was one of the biggest foreign policy moves in decades. There is no hyperbole there, okay? When these things have follow-on effects, right? When you make
shout outs to the party
it has ramifications.
Again for supporting the show. Please hit the like button, y'all, and support the show. Let's get it.
If you look at obviously Afghanistan, right, led to the invasion of Ukraine.
Support the dojo.
Russia saw blood in the water. It saw weakness. Well, this is the converse of that. The world is seeing U.S. strength and determination. And the follow-on effects are also going to be quite obvious. Look, if you're a Taiwanese, you think Taiwan is more or less likely to be invaded today by China, right? Look, there are moments in time in history where people made moves and people...
Shout outs to Party, joining the Brown Belt Club. Let's go.
Sat on the sidelines. And think about how different the world would be if the U.S. and the West supported Chiang Kai-shek against the Russian communists, right? What would the world look like if we did that? Or what would the world look like if the U.S. and the West supported the whites against the reds in the Bolshevik Revolution, which led to nearly 100 years of Soviet domination in their sphere, the greatest
Right, and that's the thing. You can't preach growth and not be a hypocrite, because the thing is that, and I say this also too, when people want to see these debates, they just want to see people go back and forth and stuff like that. When the majority of these debates, you know, they should be a teaching lesson. It's a learning lesson. You know what I'm saying? The majority of these debates need to be, it's a teaching lesson. It's a learning lesson. It's because it's like, you know, with new information presented, yeah, people are supposed to change. But the thing is that when you having a debate, a lot of times new information is supposed to be presented. And the thing is that a lot of people don't feel that they should change or would like to change or want to change because they feel like, okay, it's bad for me to be that wrong. Or I've been wrong for so long, because a lot of the things that they're going to go up there and debate and argue with or argue about is woven into their identity. You know what I'm saying? And I've always wondered why black people have it the worst. It's because we have identity issues. We can get into, you know, we get into, you know, little fucked up identity politics. We don't, for some odd reason. Remember when I showed y'all that white guy that got drugged down to the that got drugged down on what was it? Was it Donahue's show, or whose show was it that Shahrazad Ali was on there? And it was this racist white man, and he was on there, and he found out that he was like 13, 14 or a 30 something percent sub-Saharan African. You know, the Glacier people, they can say, oh, I'm half Irish or I'm half this and Scandinavian and blah, blah, blah. And it's easy for them to get drugged out of their castle or whatever, and them to find out, oh damn, I got a whole black side of my family that I ignore. The majority of Glacier people got a black side of their family that they ignore, but they know it's there. Or if they dig long enough, they know it's there. It's kind of not that easy with black people. You know? Some black people it's easier, but a lot of them is not. It's kind of not that easy. So we got identity issues bad. Real bad, you know.
Political enemy the U.S. has ever seen. What were these? What could have the world looked like? Well, guess what? One of those days was here, and Donald Trump took advantage of that, and we're going to see follow-on effects for years.
Now, Army, we saw the protests in New York, but there were also celebrations in New York. Let's have a quick look. There was deep gratitude to the US there, to the Trump administration, and even in the bluest of blue cities, Washington, D.C., where more than 90% vote Democrat, even for Kamala, she got 92.5% of the vote, they were celebrating Trump's leadership.
Shout outs to Lonnie. Lonnie said they was out there celebrating. They was out there celebrating.
Army, this is a turn up for the books. I never thought people would be doing the Trump dance and having these sorts of rallies in places like Manhattan and DC, which are as blue can get.
Yeah, well, look, these are the Iranians. I mean, there isn't a majority support among Iranians for what happened. There is universal support for Iranians what happened, which again goes back to the Democrats saying, hey, who are you standing with, right? The Iranian people or the mullahs? Because you seem to be supporting the mullah position over the Iranian people's position. But look, Trump should win a Nobel Prize for this alone. Never mind all the other stuff he's done or the stuff he's going to do going forward. For this alone, he has freed. Never mind, again, the geopolitical implications we talked about. He has freed, or will be freeing, hopefully, the Iranian people from decades of poverty, of autocratic repression. I mean, we complain here about 5%.
Party said the problem in modern times, people can't admit to being wrong. Yeah, they take that as an insult or a personal slight, you know? Party said, sadly, Trump might be the last powerhouse type that we have in that office in our lifetime. Hate it or love him. I think Vance might chest up a little bit. But during the pandemic, fasting is life, used to say that Trump is going to be the only president that America had that went down fighting for what he believed in the country, you know? The last American president that gave a damn. Now I said damn, cause fasting, you might be right, bro. You know, the last real man, like I'm talking about man, like man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I think Vance and Rubio, you know. What's going on, Insane One?
And she told everybody that she had a miscarriage.
Shout outs to Insane One in the building. Good to see you, bro. Mash up in blood clot. What's going on, Insane One? Good to see you, man. But no, I mean, I don't know, y'all. You know, y'all know I like Metal Gear Solid, right? I know this is, you know, random, but, you know, we talking about military and war stuff. I was saying that Sean Connery could play Solidus or Big Boss, you know, on Metal Gear Solid. Man, when he died, I said, damn. You know, he did something. I forgot what he did. And this girl was mad at him in the movie. And it wasn't even, he was like that in real life. He was just like a real dude. Sean Connery. And I don't know. It's like when he passed, I was like, dang. That's the last of the old school real niggas. Like that's the last of it. Because, you know, black people, we grow up fairly democratic to a certain degree. You know, I'm going to tell you the truth. I don't know how many of you guys looked at it like this, but I think I've said this before, and I'm going to give y'all the game. You know how we talk about the blue pill, the red pills, and and whatever? I think the real pill is rooted in politics in a lot of cases for black men. It's rooted in politics in a lot of cases for black men. Because when you reach a certain level of manhood, a lot of dudes just go either conservative, Republican. They leave the left. And that's how I see a lot of people have like their red pill moment and stuff like that. Even the quote unquote blue pill man, that's a fucking Republican kind of move, more red pill-ish. You know, even though being a red pill is not necessarily a Republican or Democrat thing or a conservative thing. Certain men just wake up and happen to be that way. But I think it's more of a political thing for the squares more so than just about women. You know what I'm saying? And then let's keep it a thou wow. Once you find out about women anyway, you kind of go to the conservative Republican side anyway. Once you find out like who's creating and feeding the feminists, who's perpetuating the lies, who's tampering with the kids. I don't know why the Democrats keep talking about the damn Epstein files. It's like, bro, y'all are in them. Y'all people are in them. Hell, Epstein was a damn Democrat. Yeah, that's exactly the way they went, degenerate. You say you were born a Democrat by default these times if you black. Absolutely. And then you red pill yourself. Because I've always wondered, like, why did Michael Jordan and all these basketball players, as soon as black people get some money, why they go Republican? You know? And in America, black people associate rich with Republican. Crazy.
What's their 50% inflation for years? Their currency is worthless. They can't buy anything. Okay, gays are being hung. People are being forced to have trans surgeries, forced to in Iran. Women are oppressed.
Let me show. I'm gonna see if I can go find that website real quick and put it in the chat so you guys can take a look at it. The Epstein files. Give me 1 second.
This is the freedom that's at stake for the Iranian people, and people in this country and the UN and others are talking about Trump being, this is a failure, this is a terrible thing, this is an absolute wonderful thing.
Give me 1 second.
Donald Trump has done.
I'm about to do, shout outs to Party and everybody that supports the show. I'm about to do something that no YouTuber that you know do, even though I always do something that no YouTuber you know do. Let me see if I can find this link real quick. And y'all let me know.
Horowitz, thanks for your time.
Always a pleasure.
Joining me now is celebrity and royal reporter Kinsey Schofield. Kinsey, the celebrity class has condemned Donald Trump over his military action in Iran, accusing him of breaking his campaign promise to stop all wars. We've got all the usual suspects coming out in force: Rosie O'Donnell, Mark Ruffalo, Jack White, Jane Fonda, and John Cusack, who peddled this conspiracy theory on X. He wrote, Trump starts a wag the dog war to distract from Epstein and to do the Netanyahu bidding. Who's lobbied for this for over 30 years? Had enough yet? So this is all apparently to distract from the Epstein files, which has done no harm to Donald Trump. It has done some harm to some Democrat luminaries. I mean, this man needs some serious help, our friend John. I don't know, the sort of help that's offered in facilities that have padded rooms, perhaps.
Yeah, Cusack is a progressive activist, not a defense strategist. Framing a military strike as a Hollywood-style conspiracy theory may fire up social media, but it's not serious national security analysis. And his Trump derangement syndrome is so fierce. Who does take any of his political commentary seriously anymore? Because it's to an extreme that you have a hard time processing.
And really, where are these Hollywood celebs, these so-called proud feminists? They're not coming out and saying anything about the treatment of women or even saying anything about thousands of young Iranians being slaughtered in recent months just for peacefully protesting. I mean, really, they have absolutely no credibility at this stage. But let's move on to some other...
Thank you guys. When you guys support the show, I reward the show. Shout outs to Party, keeping the show going. I'm going to put... Y'all let me know. I'm going to put something in the chat. And it's going to open up in the Gmail format. I am going to put the Epstein files in the chat. Don't believe me? Y'all not going to be ready when y'all open this up. Let me show y'all what no YouTuber is doing. I probably shouldn't even give y'all this shit. But I am, because my brother Party definitely looked out for the cookout today. Please support the show, y'all. Keep the support going. There it is right there. Go click that link. Go click that link. Go click that link. Let me show y'all something. You're going to be like, oh shit. This nigga was not lying. Kuda, how you get your hands on that? It's magic, baby. Click that link. Let me show y'all something. Click that link. All right, look. We got Jeffrey Epstein's email right here. Basically what he would have saw when he got into his mail. Watch this. Watch this now. Give me 1 second. And if you see another YouTuber doing this, you know where they stole it from, all right? Listen. I've always been a trendsetter in these spaces. Look. You can go to the J-Mail. You can go to photos. Let's see what's in the... I'm you know what? I don't know if this is sanitized. I'm scared to see the photos. Let's go to the mail. Click mail. Oh, I'm already in the mail. My bad. All right. Dang, this is weird because I got the screen big. Hold on, let me see. These are all his mails. He got a lot of spam. Flipboard. How to Academy. Who the hell is David Schoen from Fox News? Hold on. Richard Kahn. How to Academy. Inside Scoop on Trump's White House. Mitchell Brad. Hold on. Let's see what's starred. I think this is the stuff that he saved. Oh, he sent himself. Oh, look. He forwarded something to himself from Ghislaine Maxwell. Let's see what this is. All right, they covered that. Contain communication confidential, may be attorney-client privileged, unauthorized use, disclosure, copying. All right, what is this? I left you a telephone message earlier, the mail on Sunday, newspaper running a story on Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein. Oh, shit. Oh, so he's sending this to somebody. It says Ghislaine Maxwell offered her job as a masseuse. Jeffrey Epstein, she was 15. Miss Maxwell led blank upstairs to her first visit to him at his Palm Beach house. Epstein was naked on the massage table. Ms. Maxwell initiated a bisexual account. I told y'all the madame is a man. Listen, y'all go read this nasty shit by yourself. D Chicago, where you at? Huh? Bro, every day he's a different name. Dang Pow. Dang Pow was the Dang Pow. Man, this shit is crazy. All right, y'all got that from me. All right, make sure y'all, hey, don't say I never did nothing for y'all. All right, shit. Yeah, you right, party. You know, Black's got a rebuttal for every single email. Yep. Niggas keep where D Chicago, where you at? Y'all niggas keep bitching and yelling about the damn Epstein files. Kuda done dropped the Epstein files in the chat. There you go. There you go. Now y'all go look at them pictures at your own risk. I'm scared to look at them pictures. I might have to go over to Rumble. You know, niggas pussy might be in them damn pictures. You know, niggas' butthole might be open in them pictures. God damn. Yeah, y'all go choke on that. I'm only putting it in the chat one good time. You know, so when it's gone, it's gone. You know? You said it's fake? Take a look at it. Take a look at some of the stuff in there. You know? Niggas want the Epstein files. There you go. You know? Shit. Let's go. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm going to do an investigation on it, and we'll see.
Other issues, and there are reports that Princesses Beatrice and Eugenie have been banned from attending Royal Ascot in June, and they won't be allowed to join their family in the royal procession either. This is all due to the Epstein revelations surrounding their parents. Kinsey, is that fair if it's their
What's
parents
their name?
at
Let me
fault
type
and
that
they're being punished?
Let me type that shit in the Epstein search bar and see if it come up. What's their name? What's these bitches' name?
Sure, of these two also been fairly money-hungry grifters who have been trading on their royal titles.
I mean, that's an astute observation. You can't ignore the judgment issue.
All right, so yeah, so they're getting into some BS. All right, let me get into some other news real quick before we get up out of here. Lord have mercy. All right, let's do this. We might go over that Epstein thing on the way out. Now, a lot of people are saying, oh yeah, he gonna say it's fake. Okay, shit. Hey, look, I'm already ready for it, you know? Yeah, that's gonna be his response. That's what I'm saying, shit. It's fake, Kuda. Did you open it? No. Look, we had 14 people in here, so now we're down to 13. So I think he's one of the people that opened it, you know? I think he opened it, so he's probably looking through it now, so hey. All right, they said that Corey Holcomb Anton Daniels lied to Tasha K.
And then he sat down.
They said that he lied to Tasha K and she found out later. Let's see what's up with that. Shout outs to this content creator. His name is PJ in the Cut. Some other content creator covering this shit. But
I'm like, oh, he pumped Kool-Aid. He not really like that. All of that, I'm from Chicago, and he just a comedian. He a tough guy on camera, but he not real in real life. So at the end of the day, and it's not even about, for me, where I'm from, it's not about winning and losing. It's about, if that's what you really want to do, then we can shoot a fair one. At the end of it, we ain't got to do it in front of no cameras. All of this internet talk and all of that, we ain't got to do none of that. We can just go out back and figure it out. And the fade is still available if he wants it. No, that's the honest to God truth.
Can we get the boxing match set up
that's the
in
honest to God.
Miami?
If he wants to get his diabetic ass out here, and that's on everything. All of this talking on the internet, we know he cracked jokes because that's a defense mechanism. He the dude that was in class, that was the class clown because it was a defense mechanism because he wasn't really that dude, right? So he was able to craft this image beautifully. But when you face to face with a man, we can really sense what's really going on, right? He'll punch a woman in the face. He'll never do that to a man.
The beef is never over. All right, y'all, I'm gonna slide on Cato Media. He been keeping me updated with the whole Corey Holcomb versus Anton Davis thing that ain't going nowhere. It may slide last to 2030, man. They both going back and forth. Anton Davis just did an interview with Tasha K. At the time it's recorded, I don't think it released yet. It's supposed to release soon, though. Will I check it out? I don't know. But before we get to this video, hit that hype, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. Cost y'all nothing but that. So it's me and my family. I appreciate y'all. Let's see what they talk about this clip talking about.
It's telling me what to do, and I've been doing this the longest. It's funny. Do what I want you to do. Look, this my world, and understand the good is coming. But back to the sucker shit. Let me tell you something. I watch 50 Cent as he hounds because he go back and forth with. And I don't understand why people think when you are going at it back and forth with somebody, your mama jokes is too far. Your kids' jokes is too far. If you don't want to go back and forth, just say, I don't want to go back and forth with you because I'm the type. And you can say whatever you want to say about me. If there's any individuals in your camp that are joke worthy, I may joke on it.
That is so true, because, man, this guy.
And I know 50 got the same philosophy I got. I'm saying I'm not on nobody's side in no back and forth. But I'm saying, I understand. Darlene, if me and you go back and forth, like, well, I'll be like, oh, we going there?
We have had some moments.
We ain't never went there.
No, we have never. Oh, like that? Oh, ooh, Lord, no.
Never go there, and I don't think we ever will.
No.
But I'm saying, like, somebody who, like a tampon or fruit booty buttons, and I ain't bringing up his name to start no shit. I'm just saying, when we go, and I don't know you, especially like that, we gon' go. If you think I'm not supposed to say something about somebody, and you feel like I'm out of pocket, like that motherfucker said on Harlem Nights, get the fuck out. He said, I'm gonna kick your ass.
That's what he said, yeah.
The nigga with no teeth or whatever. Nigga, I'm not going by your rules. Nigga, let me tell you something. If your offspring ugly, I might say your offspring ugly. I'm not above that. I'm not above that. In fact, Tampon never said his offspring wasn't ugly. Tampon told Monkey K she was beautiful, but when it came to his offspring, he said, and I quote, she got a beautiful soul.
Wait a minute, Anton. I know you're not out here calling Tasha K beautiful, but not even acknowledging your daughter, man. Say it ain't so.
Do the research. You.
Why is he supposed to bring up his daughter in this situation? Bruh, internet niggas are weird, man. Oh, okay.
Ain't even call that person beautiful. On the cool, on this side of the game, if you going at it with me, I'm going at you. I'm going at you, and you can throw threats about whatever. That's what comes when you lose the battle, because there are more damaging images that I would love to run with and say, fuck any motherfucker who got it. This is the 5150 show.
See, people forget.
See, you know, I personally, morally, I think women and kids shouldn't be, but that's what he chose to go with. Each day on, you know, jokes, wars. Anton was only talking about Corey and his co-host, and Corey he gonna let it ride on everybody. That's cool. Like, that's what I say. I don't fault him for that. I don't fault Corey for sticking to his guns on that one. It's just the other stuff, when the stuff gets that really, really gray area, that them son jerks that they have a bunch of compilations on. I'm not even finna like bring none of that up right now. It's just, you know, that just is too far. Like, bro, you gotta like at least ice it down, or at least address it like, hey, bro, this, you know, maybe it was too far, blah, blah, blah. That's the other thing. But other than that, I respect jokes. I respect the comedy role, and to be comedians' roles to being comedians, and they should have all the free speech.
The name too. It's like
everything else. With the 5150 show,
thank you,
get
Scott.
the fuck on. We talk shit over here. This is what we do. We talk shit over here. I can't believe he said, well, get the fuck on, cake ass nigga. I can't believe motherfuckers think you are supposed to do what the fuck they want you to do.
I actually turned your first diss to me into like my little spirit animal. Like,
what
now
did I say?
It makes me laugh. Like now, and then the next week my family got me like all these different little llamas, because you said that I had llama knees.
Oh,
you don't remember that?
Damn, I barely remember that.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
you got llama knees.
They're big.
Can we get a picture of a llama knee on the screen?
They're big.
I don't understand why motherfuckers. I don't understand why motherfuckers. Look, if somebody say something about me that is in the art of going back and forth,
right?
That's cool.
And then I said you had Florida Evans' neck in the back.
Florida Evans' neck, and that don't hurt me. God damn it, this neck get rubbed by bitches who trying to come up on $200.
The little Dodger dog, the little hot dogs in the back. At some point, no,
I ain't got that.
No, not now, but you lost
I ain't got
them.
that D.
Oh my God, can we go back?
I never had that D.
Oh, okay. Oh, I might want to have to put.
Not tell me that ain't D knees.
No.
That's D knees right there.
No, that's not a. No, that's not it.
D, you really don't think your knees like that?
No, I've got big, thick knees and legs.
That she
but
not
they're
me.
not. That doesn't look. That's not what I was thinking about. The picture that we put up that time you said it. That was hilarious. Oh my God! If you can't laugh at yourself, you better
Somebody
get
said Corey
offline.
need 50 Cent on the show. I bet if 50 Cent was out here, he'll pop up on me. Man, let me tell you something, man. Me and 50 Cent was laughing who the greatest motherfucking, what they call us, trollers. I mean, he got to be the greatest because he got, that 50 motherfucking guy. I can tell he got a mind that's just as warped as mine, but he had.
Now it's Tuesday here, and it's gonna be, well, it's 2 p.m. where y'all at. It's 2:04 a.m. here, and it's Tuesday here. So hopefully he doesn't do another show going over the same shit, because then he really his I ain't gonna lie, Flacco probably and LTTV's copying Flacco talking about some. He's done. He's done. He's finished. It's over. He's done, y'all.
It's to try to control it a little. Cause cake ass nigga, oh man, you took it too far. Nigga, do you see what the internet has done to me? Do you really
No, not
think
knock needs.
Man, look, tampon, sit in front of a bitch and spill your beans like a bitch nigga will. How the fuck you let a bitch call your wife and question her? Nigga, what the fuck is wrong with these niggas, man? I've been new. Look, I'm gonna give you the game. I had a feeling tampon wife ate pussy when I saw a video of her at this Walmart with this girl. Now, I'm telling people, you should be able to find this video. And if they took it down, I still got it in my phone. When I saw tampon wife with a woman in motherfucking Walmart, and she was trying on some pants and the pants broke, and the girl was touching the back of her in a way, I was like, bitches don't do that. That's some fucking...
Now, supposedly that was supposed to be her sister they talking about or whatever. But yeah, Anton's wife do have like that hippie-ish, she messed with women vibe. I've been said that even before that. She got that. That's how them old school. She older than him. I don't know, but he has an L with that one. She got that old school hippie lesbian vibe. I'm telling you, just they all their business though. Ain't no judging over here. Do you?
That's some fucking I fuck with women type shit.
This nigga doing a review in his car.
I saw that. So his motherfuckers just figured it out. Oh, they swingers. I don't know what they are. But I know that video of her in Walmart where the other bitch was touching the back of her motherfucker with a small of your back and your ass beat.
All right, I didn't see that, but I heard about it since he said something, but okay.
Bitches don't play like that who don't get down like that. So you got tampon before the hat. Cause tampon before the hat so moist, it's ridiculous. Then he created a character with a hat where he talk more like this and all like that. And then you got a dyke bro you married, tampon, and you made how you like me now. How you like me now? Nigga, I don't.
I'm gonna stop it right here, man. Still plenty of the video left. I'm gonna link it down below. Yeah, get into it with Corey. You into it with Lifetime. Even though he fighting many battles, they both fight. Honestly, it's going down. That's all you seeing is they two names back and forth. He's still going at it. We gonna see how this play out. It's going crazy, man. If y'all make this fight, hit that hype, like, subscribe.
Man, you kind of late, bro. You just now putting this out 17 hours ago. The fight been over. They're not even fighting each other no more. They're not even fighting each other no more, man. All right, let's see. They got him dubbed as the greatest. Like I said, he was trying to make some player mentions the other day. What's going on, man? Trying to be in the building. This nigga, he got gossiping his ass off. House of Hypocrites. This is the craziest way to go viral, man.
But if I
would, even if I do, like, you don't want to blow up this way. You don't want to blow up being a gossip girl, man. But he said he's on some street shit. Listen, I don't know no street niggas that like some gossip girl niggas. Loose lips have always sunk ships, So I don't know.
I can't leverage you. I have no use for you. I don't give a fuck about how wide your mouth is, whether you can swallow a Coke can. I'm not impressed with how much you can twerk. I don't give a fuck about how old you are. None of that stuff matters to me. Can I leverage you in order to continue to get to a better bag? And will you be more successful as a result of joining my team? That's the conversation that I'm interested in having.
That's actually pretty clever. House in order. Okay.
Why is Mika trying to rebrand?
This nigga got on a detective. Bro, you gotta put the effort into your audio and video. You shouldn't be that red. Anyway, let's go. I guess I get the vision.
In herself and be disconnected from Anton Daniels. I would say I believe Anton Daniels built that page Pop Culture Mika so he can tap into that market, using her as the pawn in the face of the brand.
Y'all
of a
don't
beautiful
like Anton because he's cheating on his wife and he's a Christian. He's a Christian
woman talking about politics. That's why we felt Mika was so goddamn boring. She wasn't entertaining when it came to her talking about politics.
The messy conservative. I mean, that's still marketable.
Because yeah, she might be involved in politics. Yeah, she might speak on it. But we just feel like that wasn't her lane because Anton introduced her to that lane. Now, this is just me being speculative. Her in politics could have been her thing the entire time before us knowing her name. But it just seems so odd you want to rebrand. An innocent person don't do that.
All of these people, if you go back to their page on, even if some of these people wasn't even active in 2018, 2019 or whatever, bro, I don't expect to find, I mean, even though I'm the same person, but I don't expect to find people 2, 3, 4, 5 years later and they're the exact same person. There's going to be little tweaks and career moves and stuff like that. So, hey, sometimes you start off in finance and the next minute you end up on stage yelling. So, hey, it is what it is.
But I believe guilty people do. Because why are you trying to detach yourself so much of deleting all your interviews? Y'all deleting, hiding particular videos together when you have to rebrand into something else. Just gonna let me dive into some more shit.
He probably started off as a hood dude or a street cat on the internet on one of Anton's panels, and then now he's doing Gossip Girl shit. So people grift, O'Shea started off pretending like he gave a fuck about black men, and then now he's behind the temporaries, gossiping with like schoolgirls,
It's gonna make me dive into some more shit. Someone very close to Mika said some very interesting.
And the reason why that's treason in the manosphere is because men go against people like that. Like you over there gossiping with your bitches and shit like that instead of being at home taking care of your man or doing right or, just being a decent person. Niggas get mad at their girls for gossiping and then turn around and gossip. And, I've always been telling y'all, bro, the niggas are way worse than the hoes. That's why it makes no sense why niggas in the manosphere were pivoting into gossip channels. Bejeweled channels and shit, bejeweled microphones and shit. This shit is goofy. Yeah, see, now they're hypocrites. Yeah, and see, that's why I said he calls himself House of Hypocrites. So it's self-deprecating. It should be self-deprecating humor because the irony of humor is that it shouldn't be real. But niggas are serious. So he can be a hypocrite all he wants and it'll be okay. So that's the problem. That's the problem right there. But hey. Okay.
And I didn't peep game on this because for an extent amount of time I was off YouTube. But Anton Daniels used to deal with somebody named Six the Goddess. And
they be super late on the they be super late on this shit. And then it's funny? Jazz and Lucky Marie fell out. And Six the Goddess and Danica Marie. You can't make this shit up. Don't tell me how to raise my kids when you ain't got one, bitch. Don't
tell me how to raise my kids when you ain't got one, bitch. You know, you gotta take the pop filter off the mic. You gotta get the popping experience, bitch.
He was propping Six the Goddess up to the maximum. She was beautiful and
Oh yeah, Six the Goddess. She was pretending like she was being political also. All of these people were Trumpers. Or anti-Trumpers, or just talking about politics. Bitch.
legit. To the point, he trusted her so much, he allowed Six the Goddess to interview his wife. No, that is a no-no. He didn't allow.
He even had a Kendra D come out there and they was loving on her. Bitch.
Tasha K to interview her. He don't allow his wife to come on camera at all because the last.
I don't know, his wife got a weird goth thing going on. She can go goth. He got the Rhea Ripley wife.
Last time she came on camera, she said this shit.
What is it like being married to Anton Daniels? Oh, Jesus. Wow. Times it can be hard and sad and difficult because Anton has a lot of different personalities, and so you have to be a certain type of woman to deal with him. Anton is very emotional. He doesn't communicate effectively. I don't think that he has killed anybody before. I think he's capable. I've seen him angry before. He's just like a totally different person. When he's angry, he blacks out.
But let's get back to what I'm saying about Mika. I believe the pop culture with Mika and her speaking on politics was all Anton Daniels' idea. When he lost access to Six the Goddess because he was being fake, he then had to replace that beautiful woman image because he's seen how much money it brought him. He's seen how much clout it brought him. He's seen how much attention it brought him. And he had to replace that, what he lost with Six the Goddess, and he got somebody so naive as Mika.
Let me ask you a question. If I had met you some time ago, you think we would be in a relationship? Why not?
Everybody click.
Why not? Because I'm toxic?
Now I told her in one of these videos, on one of these panels, you should get into the space of talking about messy shit when it comes to politics. That might be your lane because you're not that interested when it comes to direct politics because that wasn't your play. That was Anton Daniels' play. And this all speculation, but it just seems so right when I do my investigations. Can I get an amen? But I believe Mika rebranding herself is something I said, which it could be common knowledge in the space when you have a certain stigma and narrative on your name that you try to change, because I done it. And I think she'll succeed with it. Only if all the things said about her is speculation and not true. It just looked bad for a married woman to be going around the way she was going around. And then she was attached to Anton Daniels.
I know him and his wife laid up laughing at niggas. Oh man, we done found the Anton files. He's done. He's done. He's done, young C. He's done. It's over. He's done, bitch.
I believe she lost opportunities. I believe. Can I say that? I'm gonna keep that on the wraps because I know some shit that I'm not gonna say. But this rebranding could work for her. It could work for her. But how stupid can some women be when Anton Daniels have all this footage, all this film, all these videos of him telling you how he's going to use you. But let's be fair, he has so many videos. Mika probably came into the space a little bit late that she didn't know, or she wasn't aware of this particular man's behavior. But it's no excuse. You should have took the guidance of your husband if he's seen all this shit. So this is what we're gonna do though. We're gonna dive into the Six of Goddess and Anton Daniels video for a little bit. Then I'm gonna create a longer video going to review that. Hopefully it don't rehash and reopen the old beef, because they might have made up. But we need this for investigative purposes. But let's dive into this video real quick.
Like, why do you create the narrative before we even had a conversation?
I don't need to have a conversation with you, Anton, because you lie.
What did I lie about?
I don't want to go back and forth with you. Lie.
He got mad because I forgot what she got mad. She got mad over the Six of Goddess thing. She thought she was sticking up for black people because she was defending the space against Six of Goddess. Bitch. You know what she gonna say, party? I saw what you said, the fleece.
You always say you never saw the video. You always say you never saw the video. You always say you don't know what someone is talking about.
What did I lie about specifically?
What did you come on here to say, Anton?
I came to say that this is some fake shit, Six, because you know you got my number in real life.
What do I need to say?
Anytime, no, if you're gonna let me speak, let me speak. Anytime that anybody has ever had a question, you know we didn't always reached out to each other.
She gonna show out in front of her little fwan, bitch.
Even when motherfuckers that I was rocking with, that I was paying, that I was having conversations with, when they was coming against you, I never turned on you. And no, hold on. You know this. You know this because we had real conversations in person. You sat in my crib and we had these conversations.
You let that man that's not your man scold you like he your man? Why he got on a Coogee sweater, bitch?
You know I defended you. You know I ain't never mentioned your name one time. We didn't always disagree on almost everything that we stood on. Me and you had a conversation about how much we disagreed in my motherfucking kitchen. And I told you specifically, I said, yo, if you ever got a problem with me, if you ever have any disagreement with me, all you got to do is hit me personally, and I will tell you to your face whether or not I got a disagreement with you. And then the next thing you know,
I remember this.
I look up and I see my name in your mouth publicly. And it's like, wait a minute. How is my name in her mouth?
She's not even looking at the screen. She don't got no, not even looking at the camera. Or maybe she's looking at the screen. I don't know. No integrity though, you know. Oh yeah. This was I think this was I think between Pearl War I or Pearl War II. I think it's Pearl War II.
Publicly, when specifically me and you agreed that if we ever had a problem with each other, we would call each other directly.
Even MTR got canned in Pearl War II, so it's crazy.
I don't understand. Like, how you gonna say one thing publicly and then move differently privately when me and you personally had a conversation and we agreed how we was gonna move when it came to each other? I ain't never talked smut on your name. I ain't never said nothing negative to you. I defended you against the very people that had their name in your mouth when it was against my own best interests. I held you down. I always held you down. And even when I thought that you had a problem, you said you had a problem with one of my homeboys. And I specifically called you when I said, yo, that ain't even the case. I remember specifically when you told me, yo, I unfollowed you because you was aligned with this person that I thought I had beef with. And I said, that ain't got nothing to do with me and you. I got a direct line to you. I hit you up if I need you. I hit you up if I have a disagreement with you.
You ain't never got to worry about nothing, regardless of whether...
Expecting the woman to have the same integrity as a man when men nowadays don't even have that same integrity is crazy. Bitch. I seen it. I seen them do it.
Or not, man, you disagree on this issue or that issue, and you told me to my face, Anton, I know you disagree with me when it comes to this whole black issue or FBA or whatever, but I understand you move differently because your actions show that you actually support black people. You married a black woman. You got a black daughter. You showed me love. I flew you first class.
They don't care. That's why they're trying to destroy all of that right now. Come on, man.
Class to Detroit.
I'm loyal. Haven't I been loyal to the race enough? No. No. Now, all that money you made, you need to give it to us so we can move on to the next nigga.
I put you in the best suite. I had you in my kitchen. We talked directly, face to face. You kicked it with my wife. You text back and forth with my wife. And now you want to sit here and act like we ain't got a direct line to each other. And then I look up and motherfuckers like, yeah, Six is saying this and that about you or whatever, so on and so forth. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Let me hit her up. I look up, unfollow me on Instagram, the whole 9 yards. I'm like, what the fuck happened? I thought we had a direct connection and we didn't let none of this online bullshit get in between us. If I have a problem with you, I will call you directly. If you got a problem with me, you call me directly. I ain't never put your name in my mouth. Ever. Never in a negative way. And you know this. You know it to be true. So what's happening? Like, why would you do that if you know me and you didn't have this conversation personally?
Are you finished now? Can I talk?
I remember this. I remember this happened with Yanni too. Oh yeah. Remember the one with Yanni? Bitch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. What is wrong?
All them dudes donating. All these the girls just gotta show up and dudes support. This is fucked.
With me saying that due to your stance on Pearly.
Got rainbow colors in her chat. Jesus P.
Okay, which you are entitled to have. You a grown man. What is wrong with me saying due to...
I ain't gonna lie though, if Anton did get Pearly though, the whole space would get sold up. If Anton and Pearly worked together, if he acquired Pearly, whoo-wee, it'll be over for the space.
Your stance on Pearly, I just don't want to deal with you anymore. Why would I have to call you and say anything? For what? You made it clear.
When you get on, he leave your ad for a white girl. Get down, girl. Go ahead and get down. That gotta be a bad feeling, because sisters be worshiping themselves. You don't see all of this. You gonna leave the goddess for that she devil. They Lilith until Lilith come along, If you want Pearly, you can have her. You can have Pearly. Damn, it's YouTube. He didn't even fly Pearly out. You know how easy it is to get a baddie flown out and just sitting beside you, passenger side, or in your room? And it'd be hard as hell to get a regular plain Jane bitch to like... Your chances of sending Pearly things to 7-Eleven at 2 a.m. in the morning is better than getting her to fly out and come see you, which is crazy.
And I just don't want to deal with you no more.
And that's cool, but we agreed that we would say that directly, and we wouldn't do that publicly.
Directly? For what? I'm supposed to go to your...
Because that's what we agreed to.
No, I didn't agree to that. You agreed to that. You said, hey, you could just come to me. And I was like, okay. I never said, oh, Anton, if we ever fall out, I'm going to come to you. There's no reason to come to you. You're a grown-ass man. I can't tell you what to do.
Rita, did she not say this directly in our kitchen, in our crib?
Anton, let me ask you this.
That's crazy.
Yo, Anton is like mafioso. Yo, I brought you to the family. I fed you bread.
You met Tony? And when you fall out, why you no call me, eh?
But who was this video about?
Yeah, man, if you stayed this long, you know it's gonna be good. Now,
this is old because we covered this. Y'all can find the Player Talk Radio episode where I covered this because we were sitting here laughing. This was kind of funny because everybody was falling out over Pearly and didn't even know who the hell she was. Mind you, Anton was a new dude here. He didn't even know who she was. She was just somebody that was cool with Kevin Samuels. You know, that's what I said. Kevin and O'Shea wouldn't be cool if he was alive right now. I don't know about Obsidian. I don't know. Kevin would have been disassociated himself from the space. Take it from me. All them other people, they were on Souls lying, talking about some, we said streaming was the thing. They didn't click the link and go up there and argue with Kevin Samuels. I literally argued with Kevin Samuels on O'Shea's live stream. About streaming and equipment. Hey y'all, man, make sure y'all come catch me over on Soul's channel on the 9th. Oh, I got a lot to say.
you can go to the page and find it, or you can come back here for me to react to it. But
now they argue they arguing and they mad about these new niggas. But let's go.
She pulled his card. She know he lying. He still doubled down on the goddamn lie. Sneak diff in a bitch is crazy. You can't say that shit with your chest. And then she the type you can't say that shit with your chest. Cause she gon' come at you full throttle. But you know what to do if you want to see me react.
That's almost all these black women. Whole point for attaching themselves to black men in the space to keep them from getting by Pearl. Yeah, I mean, I told y'all, man, when I got to Thailand, you should see how much white women brown nosing and following behind their man just to see what their men are out here doing with Asian women. You know, and black women did the same thing. They start following brothers out here. Go to that Black in Thailand group on YouTube. That shit is, on Facebook and stuff. That shit is funny. Black people are terrible judges of talent, for real. Yeah, we be the spark, but shout outs to House of Hypocrites. Hey, man. Say, man. But listen, man, I'm going to put a pin in it right here. So for the people that definitely want to catch the replay, we might do another show tonight. I might kick it and we might go over Soul's show. I think that was a pretty good show. Or at least the last hour of it. We might go over that. We definitely got to get into Anton. We're gonna finish this Anton arc, but we're gonna finish these content creators again this week, doubling back and calling Corey Holcomb a damn. They call Corey Holcomb a damn PDF file. They on that arc again. So listen, man, there's so much stuff we got to cover as Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host. 2:35 p.m. on the East Coast. Maybe 1:35 p.m. In Chicago. And 12:35 p.m. on the West Coast. It's Player Talk Radio. See you guys in a few. Let's get it. Let's go. Bitch.
What's the matter, Daddy? What's the matter, Daddy?
Bust all in there.